Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. If it's 7 p.m. and it's Saturday night, it's at this time, or maybe at other times, is where it'll be for Classic Game of Goodness. I'm Captain D-Trag.
And I'm Nocturne Flam.
So good to have you back on the show. Sorry she was not able to be on the show physically a couple months ago, but that's changed tonight. And, well, she's here for a very special reason and for a very special game she's going to be controlling. We're controlling a little differently to start what we're playing, my friend.
So, we're going to be doing a couple different things here. I'm going to start off with the Mega Man Legends 2 demo disc that comes with the Misadventures of Tronbon, which itself is actually a very, very rare game. To the tune of, what did you say earlier? Like $600-700 complete?
Yes, which she does have a complete copy of, for sure, because she's a huge fan of this franchise. And we're doing this one to start it. We said we're going to do Misadventures of Tronbon next, but we decided, hey, we want to show this one next. When we get to Misadventures of Tronbon, I'll be the one handling that. But yeah, we are playing Mega Man Legends 2 fully. But we're starting with the demo disc, because we figured, hey, it's worth showing that. It's a unique thing. Let's talk Mega Man Legends 2, though. It came out on April 20th, 2000 in Japan for the PlayStation 1. It was October 24th for us. So yeah, it was 2 days before the PlayStation 2 arrived. Definitely, like the original Mega Man Legends game, it was a big cult classic, something that people hold on to. It's a game that costs quite a bit of money now, going for like over $200 if you're looking for a copy. And like Mega Man Legends 1, it has not gotten many re-releases. The only re-releases it's gotten physically were in Japan on the PC and on the PSP. We do have another way to play it in the US on PlayStation 3. With great difficulty, you transfer that to your PlayStation P, or PSP, or PS Vita. For all two of you who own one of those things. And I'm not one of those two, unfortunately. But, yeah, this is an interesting one of what I've played of it through that PSN version. I'm liking what this is doing. We're getting a little bit of a glimpse in the demo, sort of what we're doing. We're going to go underwater later. I don't know if we're going to see this tonight.
Probably not tonight.
Yeah, because the way we do the long-form plays, we're at least 5 hours, or Nocturne, however much you're feeling, until we get to completing this game, which I believe, basically saying is going to be like 5 or 6 months, we think.
That would be my best guess.
Okay, but sometimes you never know, and as I said, it's all you. You also get control of saying how long do you want to run. If you feel like you can run longer, need less, whatever it is, say the word, we do it.
Yeah. I might be able to get through it in less than 5 or 6 months, but I would say definitely no fewer than 3.
Okay, fair enough, because you did say when we played Mega Man Legends 1, which the play of that will be below in our YouTube site for it, which was actually her first full Let's Play for the show, as far as a long-form game, I should say, and the first time that somebody but me played a game on the show, so broke boundaries on that one, for sure. Yeah, she's controlling its second game, and we're going to start with the trial version, so we're going to have something a little bit different. Yo, ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. Nocturne is back on the program. We're going to be playing Mega Man Legends 2 for PlayStation. We're playing the demo that came with the Misadventures of Tronbon, which she has physically. So we're going to be looking at that first, and then we're going to be playing the game specifically. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, and feel free to let us know any memories you have on Mega Man Legends 2 and anything else Mega Man, Capcom, or anything else game you've got.
Yep.
We're here for that.
Yeah, and once I'm done with the demo disc, I'm going to move on to Mega Man Legends 2 proper.
Yeah, where we are going to have an opening cutscene that's 10 minutes where we're going to mute the mic. So I think we figured, well, first off, you want to show the trial version of Mega Man Legends 2.
Of course.
But also the fact that, I guess, to better prepare for that, like, hey, we're not going to necessarily leave you high and dry to get a sense of, yeah, we're not talking for 10 minutes, and then like 5 minutes after that, and then like 3 minutes after that. We're not going to just like, hey, we're not talking. We are, don't worry. But we have our rule on the show when it comes to games that don't have subtitles with spoken dialogue or reading the mic. But that being said, we're not going to have any of that with the trial version. So, Nocturne, go ahead. Start telling us everything you got on the trial version.
So, interestingly, the trial version actually has all of the same options available as the full game.
Mm-hmm.
You have several different controller schemes to set.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Select just quote-unquote helps you decide which of the 4 controller setups to use.
It's basically a questionnaire.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Let's just do it for the sake of showing it.
Alright, so Data will help us out. Yeah, our monkey friend from last time. Yeah, we played Mega Man Legends 1, yes. Yeah, we did for the show. No problem. Do you like using the D-pad more than the L1 and R1 button?
Yeah, generally.
I was gonna say also, what is your weight on the moon in kilograms? Yeah, because you have to answer that specifically. Well, no, that's something else. But okay, but yeah, then he'll say like, hey, try Type A. For me personally, I'll have Type D because this game is rocking dual analog control. Oh my god, it's wonderful. But you can play it the old way if you want. Actually, if you're playing this on the PSP transferring it over, which I did, and it's hard to do that, we're going on it as we go, they actually do turn off the D option because there's no second analog stick. I've only beaten this game once. I've beaten this game no times, and I actually have not played this game that much, so I'm going to do what we did with Shadow Hearts. I'm going to keep myself in the dark in the plot, and Nocturne, you also get first call on chat as well. So, like you're saying, you only beat this game once. You've beaten this game more than once? Yes?
I've beaten it like twice, but
Okay.
but the first time it was really just me trying to get through the game. The second time, I was trying to do as much as I could.
Okay.
I still haven't quite completed that run because I still have a bunch of weapons to max out.
Yeah, and though, as you mentioned last time, the weapon max is very expensive.
Yeah, let's just say that after a discount, the most expensive single level upgrade for any one trait on a weapon is 9 million zenny.
Yeah.
And that's after the discount.
Yeah, I always think of Ojamajo Doremi, which you have Conya, the witch, who comes in always trying to sell him something, but it's always a massive cost. She's like, how about this price? Like, that's a lot! Please give us a discount. That is the discount. And they're like, yeah, Conya's just like a slumlord that way. It's like, she's gonna get the money from you no matter what. And Roll's a little nicer because you can give her something that way. We're getting a little bit of a different case where you also have other options of being able to set the screen as far as adjustment, which I never tended to do this that much myself. I mean, for this it's different because of, hey, we're running the way we run with our tech and other stuff, and Rumble, which the game has built in. I enjoyed this game for what it was, but I don't think it was better than Legends 1. Nocturne, what do you say to that?
So, I have split feelings about that.
Yes.
While I do have, I do agree that, well, on a personal level, I do consider Legends 1 to be the better game.
Mm-hmm.
However, if I step back and view it more mechanically, and just in terms of the actual gameplay, not the level, not the area design, not the character design or development, etc., just in terms of the straight gameplay, Legends 2, in my opinion, is far and beyond the better game.
I mean, see, that's an interesting distinction. Thank you for bringing up ElecVerse. I know you mentioned, I think we played the first one, which is that, and this is an interesting thing, because you're like, well, wait, gameplay-wise, this is a better game. I would say this is a better game gameplay-wise of what I played of it, but there is something, as we mentioned, with Legends 1 that is so special as far as the atmosphere of it, how it's kind of more tight. But it's tighter in because you're in one area. Yeah. In this game, we're going to see we're not in one area.
Yeah.
But in that way, it's a hard one sometimes to say, like, what's necessary at the beginning. It's not always an easy thing, you know? And I like that we kind of go into that as far as, you know?
But, like, in terms of the setting and how interconnected everything is in Legends 1, I do agree. Legends 1 is the better game. I want to say characters are about the same in terms of quality between the two.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the brisk pace of Legends 1.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about that too. You're right. So it's sometimes a complicated thing to say what's a better game than another one. But I think above anything else, I think anything we're kind of coming down so far. We'll preface our final thoughts in this like 5 or 6 months from now. But both of these games are great. You should play both of them, and hopefully we'll have a more modern re-release of this outside of the PlayStation 3. If you have a PlayStation 3, yeah, download these because they are way cheaper. It's $10 for Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, and $6 for Tron Bun.
Yep, and I'm just gonna take a minute to swap out the demo disc and.
Oh, you are?
And
you didn't want to show off?
Wait.
I forgot. Wait. We're just show off what's going to happen, right? Either way, I get that. We kind of went off. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
I got off track.
Yeah, no, well, ElecVerse agrees with you. Mechanically, I agree it's the better game. And we're going to get a little bit of a taste of that so far of the 3 special elements they give you this demo. Want to explain them?
So, I'm not going to give any context for any of these.
The game doesn't either, really,
but we have 2 boss fights and effectively a level and a boss fight.
Yep.
I'm gonna go through them in order from left to right.
Okay.
Be sure you're watching because the second one is blink and you'll miss it.
I guess so, as we're doing our test play. Maybe I'll have a reason to put in an edit for that specifically. But alright, first off is going to be Attack of the Crabbot 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tronbot is here. In terms of everything else, honestly, it's Legends all the way, but mechanically, there you go. I mean, it kind of sounds like you a little bit that way, and I get it. As, yeah, here comes,
Oops.
yeah, Tronbot's new robot.
I was distracted.
Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. But, well, fine, it's Tron. How much can she really do? She tries. She clearly goes through everything, but when it comes to Mega Man Fallen, she's probably not going to be able to manage it that much, but also, as we showed last time, she probably doesn't mind it to a certain degree. She's like, all the Bond family, they have this weird grudging respect for Mega Man and Fallen, as we saw last time. There's no one else quite like it. As far as other stuff with Mega Man, other incarnations of him. It does go into stuff with the last game, and also with the misadventures of Tronbon, in that there are destructible environments. Although I don't know, we'll see this, I guess, later, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Nocturne, all of the little areas we're seeing here are stuff that are in the final game.
I believe, yes.
Which is also a different distinction from the Japanese demo, because there was a demo that came with the Misadventures of Tronbon for Japan, and it was also bundled in with the PSP version, the physical PSP version that came out only in Japan. It is actually a unique demo that has additional story content. Specifically the idea that Tronbon kidnapped Roll, and it's up to Mega Man to get her back. That is not in this demo, unfortunately, the one we got, and I don't believe it's been released in anything in the US, if I'm correct. If I'm not, I'll put something down, or Nocturne, if you know I'm wrong, it's something to say.
I believe you're right.
Okay, I mean, as far as showing it off, we'll see what we can do, but I mean, that being said, we have, and this is a unique way, so if nothing else, get a little preview. Speaking of Blink, we miss it, so we're doing the big Reaperbot here. Definitely is a bit bigger than we saw last time. But, yeah. What do they say about big stuff? The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yep, and this one falls pretty spectacularly.
And I think also, in some ways, I think maybe the rumble from the DualShock controller might be coming off on the mic, which is a good thing. I love always showing that off. But alright. Take him down or tell us what you've got about him.
Yeah, so, I'm going to go into more depth on this when I actually face it in the full game. So this is more just showing the demo disc.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to have that, and while we're doing this, and while Mega Man's on fire, but he'll be able to be okay, I guess. Wait, are your life draining, or what? Okay, your life going out.
I'm on fire.
Oh, okay. Can you put the fire out aside from the energy bottle? Okay, you're gonna fight through the pain. It's like, yeah, kill him before the fire takes me down.
There's a separate item that gets rid of the status effects.
Okay, never mind. I guess it kind of got rid of it eventually. So there's status effects in this, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
It was an interesting addition, and this is actually my worst run today against this thing.
Alright, destroy the Reaperbot. Take 4.
Yep.
But that's fine.
Yep, one last run at the Reaperbot.
Yeah, so I mean, but also good case on you saying like, okay, 44 was loud. I said 44 was loud.
Yeah,
I said let's
41
go 41.
was also loud.
That was loud. I put it to 37. You said maybe we can try to 39. That could be. I think it's gonna be 38 or 39. So for this, and also remember if I use the HD60X for this, I have to adjust that differently. So if it comes to that, I'll also compare it running it on the PS3 just to see if maybe it's a different volume because I'm running on a different console texture. I don't think I've ever done a test that way. Where I played a game where it is the same game emulated on the system, not as far as like a port, and I tested on one system plus another. So yeah, you know the drill. Kill that thing and say whatever you want.
Yep. I'm just going to run back and forth and show this thing just how pathetic it is.
Well, I was going to say, you're not getting hit at all on this one, so yeah, you know what you're doing. I don't know, have we seen that attack hits? No, the hand swipe thing before that.
Which one?
Whatever that was, it was kind of like doing a shift forward before the hand swipe. Okay, no, it's just moving, nothing in mind. Alright, there you go. So there's your
No
damage.
damage.
Perfect. That's fine. I like that you showed off the fact and go on fire, so it's something unique. And you did survive, so that's a good way. And when you go through each level of the, what was the hyper cartridge or whatever it was for the energy tank?
Yeah, the hyper cartridge restores your weapon energy.
It refills, so we're not gonna have nothing in the next one when we go to where it was. But hey, fitting. Also, we had the fire, so it's like let's cool ourselves off a bit. Did you get the coming soon? Yeah, coming soon in about 5-10 minutes. So yeah, that case you don't have to wait very long. Although feasibly when this game came out, or when the Misadventures of Tron Bond came out, it was not that much of a wait between when Mega Man Legends 2 came out.
And here we go to the actual area.
Okay.
Instead of just a boss fight.
Alright. Okay, well, we're in the snow, so it's like, yeah, it's getting a little foggy out there. Fine, definitely kind of a bit of a blizzard. As we're going through this, feel free to go into anything you want on this nocturne.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm not giving any context to any of the demo discs.
Or
stuff.
any reaction you have to this, because I know you said specifically you don't have a lot of experience with demo discs that much.
Yeah. Like, I just don't really have much to say about it.
Okay,
so.
Chad, also that's to you, Chad, as well. Any memories you have on demos and demo discs? Because I mentioned at some point we should probably do a demo disc night of a bunch of things. I have a couple for Dreamcast and original Xbox in particular, and a couple for PlayStation 2. That are interesting, but also, as I mentioned to you off screen, there's sometimes cases like something like this where it came out before the game did. You get a sense of, oh, this game isn't out yet, but I get a sense of what it's like. And Capcom always did a good job with that, going back in history with this, with Resident Evil Director's Cut when it came with the demo of Resident Evil 2, and most recently also with the Village demo, or not the Village demo, the Chainsaw demo of Resident Evil 4's remake, and Resident Evil 4 itself had a demo that way too, where it had unique stuff that made it interesting to kind of look at it and give you just a little bit of taste of what you're going to see. And I think for something like this, it's a great idea to show this off, any unique way to show it. Because not everybody has this demo disc, and it's also worth pointing out, if you do buy the Misadventures of Tron Bond on the PSN for the PS3 and then transferable to PSP and Vita, it does not come with the demo disc. It is only this.
Yeah, this is not included in the digital version.
And that's also, we had that with Parasite Eve, because Parasite Eve on the PlayStation is on 3 discs actually. The game's on 2, but it came with a bonus disc that I believe had a playable demo or video of the Xenogears, as well as Brave Fencer Masashi, and I think a video of, I had a video of Final Fantasy VIII, I think. So, at that point, it was something a little extra, and something that, I got to tell you, I sometimes kind of miss from modern games a little bit, you know?
So, just real quick, these guys are kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of wander around aimlessly. Oh, whoop.
Where'd he go?
Kind of disappeared.
Oh,
I'm going to,
I'm glad we showed that. I'm glad. How many times have I said I'm glad we got that on camera?
So, I'm going to, go back in here. So they kind of wander around aimlessly until they get hit once. Then, they will chase after you, like the basically zombie that they are.
Yeah. Or as I was saying, I was thinking of the Big Daddies from Bioshock, because they won't attack you until you attack them to get the little sisters off. And then, of course, they'll try to drill you in the face, and they basically leave like a bloody stump in your face. You ever played Bioshock, by the way?
No.
Ooh, it is good. It is terrifying, but it is really good. I'm going to show that game at some point. That is a fantastic one for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And there's mod versions, and I'll put a flashing light there, by the way. Should have mentioned that.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine, don't worry about it. I'll have the edits. That's what the editing process is for, but when we get into cases where I know there's flashing light, I'll do it, although that's not super intense. As you get the doggy here, they're doing like the same dog cry, actually, of the dogs at the beginning of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I realized when we were doing this today, I looked at this. It sounds exactly like that. It's like, okay, cool. I'll probably bring that up when we get to Symphony of the Night, although it's not going to be until after we do Run of Blood, which we're doing in October. Particularly because the weekend of, the Saturday we have for that is 30 years to the day of that game, so we'll play it. And ElecVerse, since you're here, I want to also ask you this. I said I'm going to use the PS... No, well, fine. I said I was going to use the TurboGrafx 16 Mini to play that, but if you want me to use the version that you can unlock in the Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles on the PSP, I will do that. It is your choice because you want to see that game. I just have to unlock that, which is fine. I got time to do that. But if you want to see it through the PSP instead of on the TurboGrafx 16 mini, say the word and we'll make it happen. I definitely can't wait to get the game in particular. I know you've said, we've talked a little bit, I think, of Castlevania on this program with you. I know you said you played some of them a little bit, but also the question of, maybe thinking like you want to play more, I guess, about that.
Oh, also, something I'm going to show.
Okay.
These, come on. I know you're around here.
I know you're there. Actually, while you're looking for them, I admit the Forbidden Island does a good job of starting the game, though, as far as this, and also he has the answer for what I was asking. I want to see the PSP. You got it, my friend. As I said, whenever people want to see a game on the show, when there's a choice of version, I give them choice of version. It's like, that's fine. And I bought Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles for PSP, so we'll play Dracula X Chronicles itself eventually. But I will unlock Rondo of Blood within that and we'll play it. But yeah, you're saying what came on the ground? Oh, pick him up! Right, because you have your grabby thing now.
Yep, and then when you can throw it into another Reaver bot, and it'll at least with the smaller ones, it'll kill them both in one shot if you throw one into another.
What happens if you throw it into a wall? Does it not do anything?
I don't believe so. I think it just bounces.
Okay. So yeah, they have to make contact with each other as we have the Woolly Mammoths coming out. Yeah, good choice as far as that. And actually, with that PSP version, I believe it is translated as far as English that way, so it'll make for a good case. It also means that I can do streaming for PSP finally, because I've been figuring out when we can do that. I'll have the appendage when we do Lunar. We're starting in 2 weeks. Eventually, of looking at the first hour of the PSP game. But in that case, it also gives me a reason to say, fine, let's look at that version. It also gives me more reason to play Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, which is what I've been playing so far. I really like it. It's fantastic. A great remake of a great game. And it also comes with Symphony of the Night on top of that, as I mentioned to you. And so we'll do that on the last weekend of October, because that'll be 30 years to the day of its 30th anniversary. Or its original release, I should say.
And in this spot, the entire name of the game is to just sneak your way up through this channel.
Mm-hmm.
They will ignore you.
Yeah, clearly something's going on out there. Or they're not like, I'm not gonna say they don't like the snow, because they were underneath the snow. They're woolly mammoths, they should be able to handle that, I think. With that, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I don't particularly like that little strip, but it doesn't come back.
Question here also, what happens when you talk to Data?
Oh, he just talks to you, basically.
Okay. Or can you talk to him even?
Oh, well, I'm letting, okay. So, you can restore your energy like usual. You can ask him what you should do. The one thing you can't do is save.
Fair enough.
The one big thing you can't do is save.
Which I guess then this is before demos that let you save progress to carry into the final game. But yeah, it makes sense to that.
So, in this area, you can run around this particular room pretty freely, even though it's a boss room, and nothing will happen until you interact with that crystal right there.
Alright. And like, wait, what did I do? It was like, I want my treasure, damn it. Or it's like Indiana Jones, the idea like he picks up the item and then like a death trap's coming or something. I'll find it. A giant Reaver bot, so that's close enough in this case. Then again, Mega Man has this, is fine. Especially with Nocturne controlling it. We were showing off on the demo or test stuff we were doing earlier. The demo play is not Nocturne approved necessarily, or Nocturne skill. Nocturne has the skill in this one for sure. She's shown.
Now, as far as the demo goes, this is definitely the most difficult boss fight.
Sure. Yeah, the ice. And the shockwave that does when it jumps, yes.
The shockwave when it jumps is a non-issue. It's the ice, and as you'll see these large red blasts that it fires out of its belly.
Yeah.
The ice is actually not that big a deal if you stay fairly up close.
And also, as you mentioned off screen, I'll let you do the honors of saying what the skill of fighting in this game in particular is.
Sorry?
The skill of fighting in this game.
Oh, yeah, circle strafing. Oh,
Yeah.
Circle strafing OP, please nerf, except not.
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't know. Would you say it's more effective in this than the first one?
I would say it's about the same.
Okay, we got them. I'm mixing the new character models too, for the most part. Most of them are fine, showing the characters growing. The animation feels a bit stiffer because the facial animation is feeling a bit wooden. Maybe the best way to describe it is that Mega Man has the worst model out of them compared to the first one, and it feels a little generic. We were mentioning that a little bit off screen because I said you kind of can't see his face initially until you move the camera up a little bit. I guess we'll see this when we get to the cutscenes of the main game, which we'll be muting if you want to answer. I guess a lot of what ElecVerse was saying on that. Basically saying like he's not like he's kind of mixed on the character models a little bit on this. I think there's some that look really, really good, honestly, myself. But I don't know what you think, Nocturne, as well, if you want to go into that before we start the game.
I mean, I think there are good points and bad points. I don't personally think it's really fair to say that one game is better than the other in that sense. I do like how the characters are much better defined. Like, just the graphics overall are much sharper in Legends too.
In this one, yeah, I mean, I would say that, but I mean, I don't know, maybe it's the expectation that, you know, when you have a game that's following up with another one, the thought that, hey, it's going to look better every way. I mean, I think in a lot of ways it does, but then it's also a question of certain things, you know? So, I mean, but it is worth, you know, going into that at least, because at first I was saying, like, wait, Mega Man doesn't have eyes in this, but he's like, no, I can adjust the camera, and there he had it. I'm like, okay, perfect. So in that case, it's kind of interesting that way,
Yeah,
but
like,
we'll see, I guess, when we have the opening cutscene.
yeah, I do feel like it's generally easier to see what's what in Legends too.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's also, I'll tell you, I think that's it, maybe. The draw distance a little bit is a little better, but remember, I was, with Mega Man Legends 1, we were running it on Nintendo 64 for me, so that's that idea. Also, we just did the disc. Specifically, I am putting that back into the Misadventures of Tron Bond box. And after we load this, we're going to have a 10-minute cutscene where there is no subtitles. We are going radio silent for the purpose of it, as is what we do on the program for games like that.
Yep. Alright, so back to the PlayStation 2 main menu.
Alrighty. Actually, wait, before we do that, I'm going to eject the disc again.
Oh, sure.
I just want to check for me that the memory card is still in place. Because I mentioned, like, hey, my PS2, so we're going to take a brief look at this. Okay, so yeah, both our cards are there. There's yours with lots of Mega Man stuff, as well as Final Fantasy 4, 9,
Yep,
and Chrono Trigger.
including Rockman Dash, which is Legends 1.
Yeah, because she has the Japanese... Actually, wait, is that the... I'm looking over, as far as her setup over there. Is that the Japanese version of Dash 2?
Yes.
Oh, wait, you do have it.
I haven't actually played that copy before, but...
Question, is that the PlayStation, the best version, the re-release?
I believe so.
That, I think, has the demo.
Or...
I think.
Wait, or...
We're doing a check.
We're doing a check.
Hang on, I'm doing a check. I'm gonna move this. Actually, I'll hold on because we have the disc tray. Or did you open the?
I shoved it back in.
With the disc. Oh, it won't load.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It
Just
won't auto load.
give us a second. Hopefully, you're still hearing me at distance and her at distance. We also told you this is improvisational, this show, and we mean it. So, okay, because I noticed that. I said, here's two. I'm gonna be careful into her setup this way.
It is the best, but it's...
Well, as far as the name, because that's what they call the budget line of PlayStation 1.
But it does not have the demo disc.
Was it this? Oh, wait, hold on. You know, I want to look at something. Well, okay, we're holding that off because... okay, you know what, I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to look at the cutscene. We'll start the game. We'll go mute while we're muted. I'm going to look up something because, as I mentioned, that demo was... included the Misadventures of Tron Bond for Japan, the PlayStation, the best version of Rockman 2 Rockman Dash 2, I should say. I think has it. It might be on the disc. Nocturne does have a Japanese PlayStation 2 that might be working? Question mark?
Yeah, it's not here right now.
But, okay, my point is that if it is there, we'll give an answer after we come back from the muting of the cutscene, because it's a long one. We might come back and we'll put another part in for that. Okay, quickly before we go to that, Mega Man himself seems different compared to his Legends of One counterpart, and that he seems more quiet, more reserved, and he's not the kid that loves adventures and is expressive like before. Maybe part of this has to do with the different voice performance. You want to go on that quick before we mute this? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's a valid argument.
Okay, and we'll see that. You also hear the difference of his voice, and I hope you like Lita from Sailor Moon for that. I'm going to say that right now. I do, but we'll see that. We'll be right back. Wait,
hang on.
skip it.
That's the pre-title screen version of the...
We want to see that, though.
I thought it also...
I think we want to see that, right?
I thought it also played after...
When you start the game, no, it doesn't.
Oh. Whoop.
That's fine.
I might have screwed up then.
No, it's fine. I'll tell you what we do. We do something easy. Hit the reset button. Hit the reset button now, but if nothing else, also gives more time to take that if you want to take that question more as we go. And don't worry, that distortion was normal. I just hit reset.
Yep, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's like, hey, I didn't know the thing on... I guess we're kind of tossed on the Rockman Dash 2, the best version. So, like, if we can figure something out and show the demo, we can do that. So, like, I didn't even know that was happening until I know something. I was like, wait, that's the version. So she does have it. She's a big fan of this franchise, as it is. I do like Susan Roman, though, but I don't think she's a good replacement for Corey Seaver. Yeah, we're going to get into that, and for sure. And you can feel free to think that over, Nocturne.
Yeah.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I was thinking we should get started soon. Hard to believe it's been 10 years since your daughter and son-in-law were lost here.
What were they thinking? Leaving their daughter behind and going to such a dangerous place. Are you sure you won't change your mind? Are you still determined to go back there?
It's too late to turn back now. I've spent my entire life working toward this. I can't turn back.
Mr. Werner von Blucher? Mr. Werner von Blucher?
That time already? Well, then I'll go on ahead, all right?
Mr. Werner von Blucher? Mr. Werner von Blucher, please report to the Central
I guess
Hall.
Roll
The press
decided not to
conference is
come
about to
then.
begin.
Oh, yes. She's a little upset at the thought of someone finding the mother lode before she does. After all, she's been looking for it all her life.
I've always been fond of Roll, you know that. But all's fair in love and war.
Nothing to report, sir.
Keep your eyes wide open. If any pirates show up, I want them taken care of immediately.
Yes, sir.
No one has journeyed to Forbidden Island and returned to tell the tale, but today 2 men who have devoted their lives to studying that infamous island...
Did you have to call so many reporters?
Can't have all the fun myself, can I? The more the merrier, wouldn't you agree?
You never change, do you? Just try not to make a fool of yourself or me.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, thank you for your patience. I would like to present to you a brief description of our planned expedition.
Now tell me, just what do you think you're doing here? I thought you had gotten out of the pirate game,
Stuff it, Clyde. Mind your own business. We've got enough problems as it is.
What, did your little department store go under already?
Ah! No, it hasn't gone under. We're just a little in the red this month, that's all. Just need a little extra cash to make ends meet.
If you didn't buy only what you like, maybe we wouldn't be in this fix.
Shut your traps. I'm trying to listen to what he's saying.
What did you say, you big tin can? Who do you think you are?
No squabbling till the job's finished. Remember, Teasel?
Teasel.
As I'm sure all of you are aware, no one has succeeded in landing on the island beyond this tumultuous cloud and lived to tell the tale. No one, that is, except Professor Barrel and myself. 30 years ago, Professor Barrel and I journeyed to that island and returned. Over the years, we've been asked many times what we saw there. We have kept that knowledge to ourselves, but now I intend to give to you the opportunity to see it for yourselves.
Roll, breakfast ready. I made the eggs just the way you like them. Hey, look, it's Gramps.
Huh?
Don't worry, Roll. The mother lode can't be found that easily.
Oh.
Professor Barrel and myself are confident that the mother lode, which has been sought after by all mankind for numerous generations, does lie buried somewhere on this island. This ends my presentation. Thank you. And now, are there any questions?
Excuse me, Mr. Blucher?
Yes?
Has your research given you any clue as to what exactly the mother lode might be?
That's a good question. Personally, I believe it to be something of tremendous importance to mankind. Something that will help us better ourselves and the world. Perhaps a new energy source, more powerful than our current refractors.
And you, Professor? Tell me, what do you think?
Well, I think... Matilda! You're alive!
That's her! That's the one who stuffed me into that locker!
Has it occurred to you that this great lost treasure might not be what you think it is?
Keep your eyes on her.
What happens to you is no concern of mine. Still, I'll give you this warning. What you call the mother lode is not what you think it might be. No, it's not a treasure at all. It's a catastrophe waiting to happen. Gats!
Don't move. Stop! Hold your fire! Cease fire!
Look at that, Diesel! Isn't it amazing?
I smell a mighty big treasure, Tron!
Get out of my way, I can't see.
Whoa! Watch what you're doing! You're trying to get me killed!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause such a ruckus. Still, the child must not be allowed to awaken. There's no telling what might happen if she does. Understand? You have been warned.
Catastrophe? A child? What do you mean, Matilda?
Mega Man, did you see that? That woman. She was my mother.
Huh?
But how? Why? My mother wouldn't do anything like that, would she?
Let's find out.
What?
Let's just go there and we can find out for ourselves.
But...
It's the only way to be sure, you know?
Oh, I guess you're right. Let's go. I'll get changed, then get the engine started. Can you clean up the dishes for me? Thanks.
Now we're back, and so starts our adventure with Mega Man Legends 2, as mentioned, released in October of 2000 for the PlayStation. Also, I have questions from ElecVerse, or update, or what we're talking about. I don't think Suzerain was a good replacement, as you mentioned before, but also, I don't think she can do a quiet and reserved voice in that she's more like she's tough and kind of flirty. But if she was Mega Man Legends and Mega Man in the last game, maybe it would be fitting more. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really play Legends and Legends 2 for the voice acting anyway, except for a few characters.
Okay. I mean, we'll get into that because I have all the stuff on the voice performances, because in the first game it was Corey Seaver, and I am wondering if the reason, because he's not in this game as Mega Man Volnut, I'm always wondering maybe the reason was because I guess since he was a young teenager at the time, his voice got lower and they said, hey, we gotta replace him. But yeah, as I said, that is Lita from Sailor Moon as far as Susan Roman, who plays him now, who was Mara Amelia in the last game, as well as Amelia Voigt and Callisto and Scarlet Witch on the X-Men animated series going back into the 90s. I know you're a big one on Beyblade. She also is the voice of Judy Tate and Selima on that show. And just quickly before anything else, Corey Seaver, interesting enough, you're like, what is he up to now? He actually has been in tons of Hallmark Christmas movies. So if you're a fan of movies like Christmas on Mistletoe Lake, Christmas Plus One, Heart of the Holidays, and Noel Next Door, yeah, you can go and have the crossover that I think everybody wanted, which is Hallmark Christmas movie fans and Mega Man Legends fans. But I get what he's saying because, yeah, look, I love Susan Roman's voice as far as the Lita Sailor Moon voice, that was a great way of putting it. The idea is she's tough but kind of flirty, which is how Jupiter, I should say. I didn't say Venus. If I said Venus, I meant Jupiter, sorry. But there is something to be said about the idea of the change of Mega Man, and I guess also the fact that, well, I mean, what what happened in between, and I don't know if, I was asking you off screen this, ElecVerse, I guess not specifically that way, but also Nocturne, I was asking you if there's anything that happened in between as far as, like, story materials that we don't have a context of, aside from that demo of Legends 2 that the Japanese audiences got. I can't really think of one. Although, before you select that...
I'm not selecting.
Yeah, I'll just finish this because I do have our answer as far as the demo disc thing. Yeah, she has the PlayStation 1, the best version of Rockman Dash 2. It is only the Japanese version of the PSP version, I should say, of Mega Man Legends 2 and Miss Adventures of Tron-Bon's demo that have that. So unfortunately she doesn't have that demo. I thought she did, but we'll see what we can do if we can try and have a look at that. But alright, sorry to take your thunder away, Nocturne. Go ahead. What do you got on us?
Alright, so I'm actually kind of halfway debating between doing a normal run, a hard run, or a very hard run.
Alright, what is the difference if you remember?
Between normal and hard, it's really just difficulty. Very hard has one very substantial perk, in that it starts you with a Class SS Digger license. That gives you the maximum possible rewards for defeating each enemy. And also changes the enemy layout of certain optional areas.
Oh, really? Okay, so it kind of rearranges it.
Well, I mean, each level of the license, from, I believe it starts at either B or C, I think. It goes, each level from that point, takes, can change certain things about the optional areas.
Okay, I'll be back. So ElecVerse says, well, we'll be here, and we're gonna go mute it. We're gonna have to mute anyway in a little bit, but because of another cutscene. That being said, yeah, okay, so that's interesting to that. Although I know you're also saying this, which is that the Class S license test is apparently really hard.
At least I've always found it really hard.
Here's the question though. I was like, I don't know. Did you say you want to try and get it on show or not? Or what are you thinking?
I mean, I have never actually attempted a very hard run.
Okay.
And hard mode is just a harder normal mode.
Okay.
Easy mode is normal mode, but you get the super overpowered Buster part, just like in the first one on easy mode.
Okay, and I would just ask this: when you have to beat the game in order to get these, yes?
I don't remember about easy mode, but I think that's true for very hard.
Okay, I'll have an edit down here also just to confirm what it is, because I don't know myself.
I mean,
you probably know. No, I'm taking your word for sure, but...
Yeah, I mean, we can always test that after the stream is over.
That's true. It's your game. She's playing it, so she makes the executive decisions. Whoever's playing the game makes the executive decisions.
Yeah, we'll test it after the stream's over.
If you want to do very hard, you do it. If you want to do something else, go ahead. Nocturne, it's your game. And thank you, by the way, for coming back and for playing this for us.
Yeah. I mean, if we do very hard, it might take me a while to get through certain segments of the game.
Okay.
I might actually need to practice certain segments of the game.
Okay.
But I can actually think of a couple segments that I might need to practice in that case.
Okay.
But, at the same time, it could be pretty rewarding.
It's your choice. As I said, if you want to do it that way, or if you... Maybe another idea potentially is that if you want to start one of them and then later try and practice, or start another one, go off screen up to where we end tonight, or when you decide you want to end tonight, and then continue from very hard if you want to do that. Whatever you want to do, your choice.
I think I'll start on normal, but I'll I'll also work on a very hard file that I keep no farther along than the normal run.
Okay, that sounds good. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. If you want to go for very hard, you can do it. If you want to do that way, okay, fine. Whatever Nocturne says for this one goes, because she's playing. She's the expert on this one. I'm trusting her judgment for sure, because she knows and loves this game and this franchise. So, there you go. She's basically going to be in every part of this series, just to go into that. So,
I'll start the stream with normal mode. We may switch over to very hard at some point with the alternate file that I'll keep going.
Alrighty. With that, we will be back in a few minutes.
Hey, Data, you're kinda in the way, you know?
Hey, I just thought maybe I could help you relax.
Yeah, well, thanks, but could you sit still? Oh! Data, please, get real fast!
Boy, Mega Man, I'm disappointed. I thought you were braver than this. You can do it. Come on, Mega Man. Data, you stay out of Mega Man's way. Kiki!
Boy, oh boy, phew.
There. All done. Everything's in working order. At this speed, we should catch up to Gramps any time now.
Boy, that new engine sure is something. Completely different from the old one.
Well, it was expensive, but it was worth it. I'll take over.
Thanks.
Data, it's almost lunchtime. Can you get everything ready? Okay. Mega Man, thank you.
Huh?
Well, I was a little down before, and... I was thinking, what would I do if they find the mother lode? I guess I got a little scared.
scared? Why?
I've been searching for the mother lode because I thought if I found it, I'd be able to see my parents again. I guess I was just fooling myself. I've got to accept reality. Face the facts. They are gone. Both of them are gone. Oh, but still, when you said we should go see for ourselves, I remembered something my mother told me a long time ago. She said a digger should never give up hope.
Right.
My mom, and my dad, and the mother lode. I won't give up on them yet.
That's the spirit. We'll find him, Rule.
Anyway, Mega Man, what should we do once we catch up with Gramps' ship?
We're back briefly because we have a set of options. I guess before we do that, is there anything you want to unpack in regards to the plot? Because we've had a lot that's gone on so far as what we've seen with both this cutscene and the one prior.
Yeah, well, to discuss it very much at this stage in the game would go heavily into spoilers.
Even with what we just saw, summarizing what we've been seeing?
Like, I feel like a lot of it just kind of, doesn't really need a whole lot more explanation than what's in the game.
I guess so. I mean, because, if nothing else, when I first played this, when I was doing the test for this just for the beginning of the week, it was kind of interesting seeing that in some ways the scope has been raised a little bit. We had Barrel off with that Von Blucher guy, we'll see him later, and then also the idea of Roll and Mega Man over here, and the question of, hey, there's something we saw that looks like it's a throwback to something Roll has from her past, but then the idea that Mega Man is saying, can we do this? Let's go off, and we're going, and at this point, we are actually helping her that way more because we have an option of dialogues to talk to her. If you played Skies of Arcadia, it might look a little familiar, although unlike that game, you have more than one choice. And you have options of what you want to say, and when you say, I'll get back to you on that, you continue on, but, I don't know, do you want to show these off then?
Sure.
All
So, we can pick any or all of these of the questions. It does go back to this. Excuse me.
Don't worry about it.
It does go back to this this choice after the dialogue it completes for each one.
Well, except the last one.
Well, like I said, for the questions.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So I'll just go in order from top to bottom.
All right. So can we land on that island?
The Flutter can't get through the winds surrounding Forbidden Island. We'll need a special ship if we want to land there. My father once designed a special kind of flying ship called a drop ship. I'm pretty sure we could use it to get there.
All right, so we're gonna go there. I guess we gotta run a drop ship, but was that really your mother?
She does look a lot like my mother, but I can't believe my own mother would do something like that. I wonder who she is.
Yeah, it is interesting. We did have that in the first game, because didn't they mention, just before you hit that one, didn't she mention the idea, like, hey, she was orphaned as a child in the last game? I thought they mentioned some of that degree. Or she didn't know her parents.
I think it's more that her parents basically left her in Barrel's care when she was still very little.
Okay.
So she doesn't really have much memory of her parents.
Uh-huh.
She does remember them, sort of.
Okay.
But mostly through photos and stuff.
Fair enough, as we saw in the opening, with even Barrel getting that sense. But wait a second. Yeah, we were pretty packed to the, or armed to the teeth last time. Thanks to Roll, it's worth pointing out. But what about our weapons?
I'm really sorry, Mega Man. I needed to upgrade the Flutter. I'm afraid I sold all your equipment. Please forgive me.
Bitch.
I was gonna say, yeah, the first time I played this, you bitch, like, why'd you sell our weapons? And also, it was the stuff she made, but then again, to be fair, I do like the going into the voice performance again this way. The idea of her delivery, even her saying that, please forgive me, so even when she said, like, you know what, I do, and before you hit the last one, this is actually, of the main three we're seeing here, which is, Mega Man, Data, and Roll. This is the only person who has the same voice performance as last time. It is Tracy Ryan, who was mentioned for the first game, was Roll in the first game, as well as Duck on Little Bear, Helen McKay on a series called Young Drunk Punk, which is from Canada. And she also had a background actually in The Kids in the Hall, particularly the more recent indication. You're familiar with them? They're like a comedic troupe from Canada.
No, although I do remember really liking the Little Bear show.
Okay, so there you go. If you go back and watch that.
Little Bear was just, like, wholesome and cute.
And I'll have a picture of Little Bear as well as Duck, who she voiced. So you have that element. Go back to Little Bear and say, like, hey, wait a second, Roll is in there. And also she had a bit part in the movie Stealing Harvard. She was a toy store salesperson. It was not a great movie, admittingly. It had Jason Lee from Mallrats and Chasing Amy in it, as well as Tom Green, of course, from stuff like Road Trip and was MTV stuff. And, of course, Freddy Got Fingered, which I guess is going to be a little bit of a segue eventually when we talk to one of the voice performances. We'll get to that when we get to that. We have a little bit more of a cutscene here where we don't have more selections. So, Nocturne, if there's anything else you want to go into before we mute?
Nope, and
we'll be
I'll
back.
Get back to you on that.
And we'll get back to you in a few minutes.
We can figure out what to do once we get there, right?
Roll, do you smell something burning? Data! I'll go see what's wrong.
Wait, Mega Man, take this with you.
What? What is it?
It's a fire extinguisher. I'll tell you more later.
Okay, back me up.
Okay, it was a little quicker than I thought, but yeah, there's a fire apparently on the ship.
You know how to use your fire extinguisher, right?
And cue Zelda meme.
Which one?
It's dangerous to go alone.
Oh yeah, take a fire extinguisher. What are we gonna do with that thing? I guess fight a fire. Alright, so what do we know? Do you know how to use a fire extinguisher?
Okay then, good luck. Just in case, I'll work on the Flutter's emergency sprinklers.
Yeah, if you don't, they'll explain. And this is our first mission, and Nocturne, feel free to lead us and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so this is...
Mission start!
Where I answered yes, I know how to use a fire extinguisher. It's basically a tutorial on how to use special weapons in the game.
Then you want to tell them how it's changed?
So, when using special weapons in Legends 2, you have 2 meters. One of them, the blue one on the right, is your standard how much ammo is left meter.
Okay.
The green one on the left
What's the matter, Mega Man? Don't you
represents how many you can fire with before your weapon needs to cool down a bit.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, yes, Nocturne does know how to use a fire extinguisher. You pull the pin, you throw it aside, you shoot through the fire, and you sweep side to side, and you use the wonderful lock-on. You want to talk about the lock-on?
Yeah, lock-on is great in this game.
How do you do that, by the way?
Well, in the control scheme that I have up, lock-on is on R2. They're in control scheme C only, and I don't really know why it's on R1.
Okay, it seems more natural for me when I hit R2. You do have to hold it. It's not a switch case like with Zelda. Go back to that.
Yeah.
I fixed the sprinklers, Mega Man.
Oh shit, she does it already.
Come on, please.
What?
Get out of there.
Okay. That's cool. Alright, so you have, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will off-screen, we'll put in a dialogue or showing what's happening.
I, actually meant to go through.
Okay, well, we'll have an edit here
So-
doing it. Or you want to reset?
I want to reset.
Okay, fine.
Oh, hang on. Let's show this cutscene though.
Okay.
Mission complete.
No, it isn't. We didn't do it. So, okay. My favorite edit of the show.
We've caught up with Gramps'
Oh,
ship.
we don't need to
Oh, you're gonna restart the game.
I'll just skip through to where I can start controlling Mega Man again.
Okay, and we'll also show that cutscene later, but also lets me put in my favorite edit of all time, and you know what that is, right? That's what could have happened. But here's what really happened. From the movie Clue. I love that edit so much. Let me tell you, that is an evergreen edit, if there ever was one. So I at least have that on the screen specifically. I'll probably actually cover the screen so like people are not seeing specifically what we're seeing yet. Actually, I did not know that, so thank you for showing off that. Fine, if you sit down and don't do anything, then what'll happen is...
I keep going a little too fast.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's fine. Nah, don't worry, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But, okay, I didn't know that... Because I think I asked you, I said, what happens if you don't do this? Well, fine, Data says, like, oh, you're too late. Data, by the way, is voiced this time not by Carol Larson, but by Ikue Otani, who voices Bon Bon, as well as Pikachu and Glameow and Roselia for Pokemon, as well as Tony Chopper on One Piece, and also as Morgana in Persona 5. And actually, we're gonna hear her in another game we're playing in about a month. Guardian here. She's the voice of Nando, Kanyance, and Nicole Neal. Yeah, Chasm22 is coming in for us to play that one in about a month. So alright, fine. In this case, yeah, you're on time limit. I did not know you were on time limit, but alright, fine.
No, it's not a time limit.
Yeah, it is, because you were sitting there and not doing anything. So it must be.
Except that it takes way longer to complete it than the time that we spent there.
So I don't know, maybe it's...
Maybe it's connected to going into the start menu?
I don't know. That's weird. We'll do off-screen tests. We can also do editing fodder pieces for that. Put in if you want to do it that way, or I'll have the words below. It's your choice, Nocturne, how you want to handle that. Yeah, just put the fires out then. Yeah, we're actually gonna put the fires out and see, like, yeah, what did Data do? So, okay, we didn't know why, Data had that element.
Yeah. Oh, also, fun thing about the fire, or not fun, depending on how you see it. You can get it down until it's basically just embers, but if you don't put it out completely, it will regrow to its original size.
Also, that area has a backdraft, so be careful.
Yep.
Speaking of which, fuck the movie Backdraft. I'll just say that. I hate it. But that's another story. Actually, also, as I mentioned to you off-screen, this is also a case where this is the second Capcom game we played with fire that we're fighting. The other one being Magic Quest starring Mickey Mouse, which did about a couple months ago. You can get the Backdraft out and then go into the next room and save Data, I guess.
And just like the other fires, this will come back to full strength.
Okay. Does look good because, like, again?
What?
So it is time limit based. Okay. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Okay, I'm curious about this. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. All right, fine. She didn't get the sprinkler set, did she? Did that reset it? Yeah, it did. Okay, perfect. I never saw that happen. You ever see this?
Nope.
Great. That's the other reason we always say you want to learn stuff about games that nobody else is gonna know.
So, in here, I'm not... Oh, yep, there he goes. He can... Data can catch on fire, and he'll run around like a little moron until you put out the fire on his butt.
He can also run into you. I had that happen when I was doing tests on this running on my PSP. Also, he did explain, I think, why this happened. I don't know if his voice came through. As long as you put the fire out quickly... Yeah, don't worry, Data, we're gonna take care of you. He helped us last game. There you go, got him.
There we go.
And by doing that, he's very happy.
Yeah. He was just apparently trying to make some damn pizza.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like The Sims when they try to cook and then they set the place on fire, and if the fire department doesn't come, they die. But we have caught up with the ship and we have a cutscene. We will be back in a few minutes.
This is your live update. Although the Sulphur Bottom's hull was damaged in the attack by a mysterious woman, the damage has been repaired. We expect it to enter the maelstrom surrounding Forbidden Island any time. Preparations are complete. The crew ready. The Sulphur Bottom is gathering speed, preparing to penetrate the cloud of mystery surrounding Forbidden Island. Following the attack hours ago, we were all asked to disembark and return to our ships, where we stand watching Von Blucher embark on his greatest adventure. And what may be humanity's greatest adventure? Will he succeed in reaching Forbidden Island? We'll continue with live updates throughout the day.
Final check complete. We can get underway whenever you're ready, sir.
Understood. Well then, everyone, are you ready?
We won't let anything get in the way of a story. We're not like those wimpy TV reporters.
You're really going to go through with this?
Yes, I am. I have to.
Well, if you're going to do it, then do it. I mean, we've come this far, right?
Thank you, Barrow. All right then, let's go. Main engines online.
Main engines online.
Set course for the center of the island. Engage!
Looks like they're intent on ignoring my warning.
Weapons activated.
Remember, I don't want them hurt.
Understood.
stabilizers on this ship are amazing. You can hardly feel the wind. I'm impressed. Huh?
Unidentified object approaching from above at high speed, sir.
Activate defense grid. No one will stop me, not now.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Vaughn, order the Drakes to go to yellow alert and stand by.
Ready! Just a little more. Just a little closer. Fire, now!
Fire repressors activated. Engines offline. She's out of control. Emergency escape pod launch mechanism damaged.
What? No.
Now you've really done it.
Apologies, Mistress Yuna. We should retreat.
They probably won't crash for a while at least. I'd hoped to stop them before they got this far.
Roll! The sulfur bomb is being sucked into that storm!
Gramps!
What should we do?
We can't take the flutter in there. And we're almost out of fuel. We'll have to set down on a nearby island. We can figure out what to do then.
And we are back, and we have landed on this island. So, yeah, some bad shit was going up in the air with Gramps and Von Blucher, but we're gonna have to regroup. Alright, so Nocturne, where are we going? What are we doing? And what else you got on the game?
So, I'll let Roll's dialogue continue for a moment.
Okay. Alright, so what are we looking at? The dropship. Yeah, she did mention that when we asked her earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you were mentioning, she does know stuff, I guess, about her father being a designer of stuff. That's probably where she might have gotten it. And with this, we should be able to go to Forbidden Island. This is ElecVerse is indicating, saying, talk about a good start of your game. Gramps told me never to build one. Why? Maybe because, I don't know, he's thinking that she'd be lost, right?
I think Beryl is probably just afraid that he'll lose Roll too.
Right. Or to go to the Star Wars take, afraid you should follow old Obi-Wan on some damn foreign crusade like your father did. Yeah, it's an emergency, she'll understand. Like, yeah, and Roll's grown, like, we've all grown as far as us and also Mega Man and Roll and Data to a certain extent. Well, okay, I don't know if Data's grown necessarily. He probably regressed because the idea, like, he kind of got in our way earlier when we were driving the Flutter and then setting the place on fire because of pizza. I don't know, I guess he must have been making it fresh otherwise. But either way, as we're in the snowy area of this place.
Also, Data, screw you and your stupid pizza.
Well, that being said, as we mentioned, the Flutter can't catch on fire and crash. Imagine if it could. I don't know. We'll see if he ever tries cooking again. But I mean, well, unfortunately, yeah, we didn't see them actually being able to eat the pizza. So like, we are at least in a town. Maybe we can go here. Like, I think there's a bar nearby. We need to go drink our worries away, feasibly.
And there is actually, in fact, a bar in this town.
All right.
That you can enter.
All right, feel free to go wherever you want. Show off whatever you want on top of that. This is where we have to go for plot, but of what I know so far. But my familiarity is going to end in probably a few minutes, honestly. Ain't no way you can do a dig with that. Maria. Yeah, I'm thinking Sonic Adventure 2. It was like, it's not the same Maria, that's for sure. Alright, so who are these lovely fellows?
So the guy with the brown hair, beard, and mustache is the junk shop owner. He's unnamed. He's just the shop owner.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy with the kind of dark purpley pink hair is a guy called Joe, and people strongly suspect that he may be Roll's father, just amnesiac.
Maybe. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where this plot's going. As mentioned, it's like Shadow Hearts.
But nothing is confirmed in this game.
Okay.
Only one of her parents is confirmed in this game.
Right. Okay. As far as who it is, we'll let you into suspense. Alright, so they're having, I guess, a little bit of a row, saying, like, wait a second, I want to go out on a dig. It was like, no, you can't. It's not going to be safe. And there's this girl named Maria. And how would you solve a problem like Maria without Joe around? Yeah, he seems about as driven as we do when we go on the digs, specifically, as we did last time. Oh, in fact, that's probably the line that people are saying, of why do they think
it's
there's
other
a connection.
Stuff. It's other stuff, too.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're looking for cheap stuff, as you have over there. What do you got? Are you two friends of Joe's? I've never seen him before. Oh, okay. So, yeah, the shed near the flying dock, that's where his lab is, and he has a poster just like this one, or schematics. So I must know who my father is, perhaps. Alright, so Roll's just loving any opportunity she has to find them, specifically. To talk about the drive here, and so far what we've seen, I do like this as far as Roll. It's giving her even more, which I think is nice, because it's not like you didn't get anything with Roll in the last game, but I do like the idea that they're kind of upping a little bit as far as this. And if you, what do you think of that, Nocturne? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts about these earlier parts of the game.
Mm-hmm. You said it's been a while since you played this game fresh, am I right?
Yeah. I mean, I did do a short piece of the beginning of the game in practice earlier today, but I wouldn't really say I have too many feelings about the game up to this point.
You think maybe that goes to like versus saying maybe we're thinking that maybe the permanence or the resonance that Mega Man Legends 1 is so strong that even some of the smallest parts you may remember more than others, if compared to two, perhaps. Because I could get that idea, maybe.
I mean, I do remember a part that's coming up before we leave this place.
Okay.
From the past. I just don't have much attachment to this particular segment right here.
Okay. That sometimes can be an interesting thing. We've mentioned that before on the show, which is that when you're going through parts of a game, especially if it's been a while, how much of it do you remember? What are the parts that really you connect to? And of course, why? And I do like that. Yeah, but also she's like maybe facing a potential element of reality, but also what would she do if she found out? You can say, who knows, he might be dead.
Yeah, but that's kind of being an asshole. I mean, granted, Roll has been an asshole,
When was that?
selling off all our shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Without telling us anything.
I guess so. I get that idea. Although, actually, if you do select that, you can't go in here. You actually do have to eventually say this. I did check that when I was doing that. Because at first I said, can I make... Because we've sometimes mentioned in games like this, can you make Mega Man into a horrible person this way? Although, actually, even her reaction to that... And I'll at least have like a picture up here when I edit this, showing what her reaction is when you say, maybe he's already dead. She says, you know, maybe I have to acknowledge reality. And also, maybe here's the other thing, which is that maybe Mega Man's not saying that as a mean case. Maybe saying that maybe don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
Like, what if that's a possibility? I mean, because it could be a possibility for all we know.
Yes.
Or all I know, anyway. Of course, never give up. Trust your instincts. I'm back. So ElecVerse says, yeah, welcome back. We are on our first area trying to look for the dropship or elements to do it because Joe here apparently has similar plans that Roll has. try and go over to where we got to go for Forbidden Islands, as you mentioned. We're on our way, but we've been spotted.
Who are you? Exclamation point.
Yeah, so who are you? So it's like instead of saying it's a question. He doesn't want to form an element of a question. Fair enough. Alright, so look at my dad, he's not here. He went to the ruins. Alright, who are you? He will be soon. Okay, I didn't really get much further until after this, so I don't know the context of what we're going to see.
I mean, it's basically implied that they haven't actually married yet.
Her mother and father.
That this girl's mother and father and Joe haven't married yet.
Is this the idea? Perhaps they're from different families.
I mean, I think it's likely that Joe is marrying someone that this girl's mother is either a widow or broke up with her previous husband.
There's not a thought that they had a child before that.
I mean,
probably not after like her age.
I think it's unlikely.
I would think so too. I just wasn't sure because I don't know this part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also possible that that this girl's mother had her before she ever did get married, but
I would guess that myself personally because I don't know. I don't know if the game answers that or what.
It doesn't. It's not an important point.
Okay.
I think this is the only time it's really acknowledged.
Okay. Yeah, but is there anyone named Casket living here? Yeah, I never heard anyone with that name. Then what does that mean? Yeah. So, what we were saying before we went in here, the thought that maybe she thought he was here, but maybe not. I'll find Joe and talk to him. Perhaps he can answer some questions. Alright. I like that shot of Roll there as well as the idea that you get that sense of drive. Actually, speaking of shots, I'll say one thing. Since you're leading this game, you also, I don't know if I actually explicitly indicated this for the other stuff you did, there was multiple parts. You have your choice of thumbnail. So when I edit this,
right.
Whatever you see on screen, or if you want me to superimpose stuff on top of the picture, go ahead and let me know what you want to do. So you got time, so feel free to have a think as we go along. It might be something that sticks out, just like, oh, no, this needs to be it.
Also, when I was playing earlier, timing lined up such that this guy, this little fox, dog, whatever, was standing right in the doorway here as if he were a little guard dog. And I genuinely thought that he was just guarding the doorway.
Oh, really? You mean the first time you played this, or when you did this
earlier today?
Okay.
Earlier today.
Alright.
But no, he's just wandering around a loop.
No, I get that.
Just being a cute thing.
Alright.
And let's pick up the bunny.
Alright, what are we gonna do with the bunnies? Oh yeah, because Happy Easter, by the way, tomorrow, everybody. Forgot about that. Fitting, we're playing this game today.
Bunny!
Alright, well, we're doing one of the bunnies.
Well, first off, that's going to be the thumbnail, running toward the camera with the bunny.
Oh, you want that? Oh, you want that one? Okay.
Because of Easter tomorrow.
Okay. If you change your mind as you go along, that's not locked in necessarily, so you have your choice.
No,
don't worry about it.
But I think it would be funny.
Also, how is she not cold? I guess Roll. Oh, because she's wearing shorts out in the snow. Good point.
Roll, put on some fucking clothes.
Maybe she has like, I don't know, stealth leggings or something. So it's like, hey, they're insulated. Maybe it looks like that, or maybe it's those kind of things you've ever seen. Those the skin-toned clothes, where like you can barely see them. Yeah, it's funny. I get. Oh no, bunny. Oh no, it's bunny. Yeah, it's like, okay, sorry. It's like at first so funny. It's like. But yeah, oh, actually, wait. Can you throw the bunny at the rebuts?
That's what I was trying to do, but the bunny will run like heck.
Yeah, the bunny is like, no, I don't want to deal with this stuff.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, more of the rebuts. So yeah, no matter where you go in Mega Man Legends world, you're gonna see these things. But they do give money, and they look way nicer in this than they already did in the last game. We do have Roll joining us this time. She doesn't really do much from what I've understood, and, okay, right, you can pick up the people with your, what do they call that grabby hand thing? It's the new thing
lifter,
that's
I think.
the lifter, okay. You hit the triangle button when you're next to
Yeah,
something and use
lifter.
it. Yeah, we are going into a tunnel. Alright, so Roll is ready to go. What's going on, but... Okay, yeah, alright, fine, it is a train track. I forgot about that. So I guess they're like, this is like the mining area of town, from what it looks like. Of what little I know, because this is the look. I've never played this game past actually where we're going to get in a minute. So, yeah, I'm going to be quizzical in this the same way I was with Shadow Hearts. Which, yeah, we're going to be finishing that fully next week. Looking forward to completing our love of that one. And that's another one where it made me a convert. I totally want to get a copy of that game, despite the fact that it costs a bit of money, although weird enough it doesn't cost as much as this does. Shockingly. I'd have thought, oh yeah, that would have cost a little more, but no, it doesn't. I mean, it's like $50 difference, but still, that's that idea. And of course, since we are in a dungeon, what does Nocturne love to do in a dungeon? I love to do too.
Mapping!
Yeah, the mapping. So, look at that. It just is satisfying. You want to go into the idea of, like, mapping an area out, because you were talking about that to me off screen and saying that, hey, there's a difference between if a game does it well and you really want to do it, or another one you're like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. Like, I do think it tends to work better in areas that are on the smaller side. Like, basically not a grand scale like so many modern games.
Okay.
Modern games kind of need the map to already be pre-generated.
Yeah, I mean, because I know you were mentioning that, because I know you fell into the Xenoblade games, but I don't know, does that have, like, a map
I mean,
case like that?
Sorta, yeah. However, you do end up running around so much that there's not usually a whole lot left to map out that you didn't get the first time through.
Okay.
If you're going through and doing as much content as possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of content to those games, from what I've heard from you and other people like Edwek and Chasm22 and the Crusader 64, and fine, everybody but me. I've not played any of those games, but based on what you're showing me, they've shown me, I should probably start, and also have to figure out when we want to do that for the show, how we're balancing dibs on that, and also how we're going to be showing that, because those games are long.
Yeah.
But hey, that's not necessarily going to be a limit. Like, hey, if we want to show, you want to show something on the show and it's long, we can figure out how to make it long, make it run very long, and also make it so that there's going to be the variety of the show. There's no limits, as I mentioned. We can make any game you want to see work on this usually as much as we can.
Yeah, but based on how long Xenoblade Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 are, I don't think it would be unreasonable to say, basically do a cutscene movie.
Okay.
Like maybe for each night do a cutscene movie of one chapter of the game, and then go through, and then like do the last chunk of that chapter through gameplay.
Okay, that's an interesting way to do it, or thought. So I mean, we can definitely kick that stuff around.
Yeah. Maybe do some side quests and finish off the chapter through gameplay.
Okay.
But then
it's a long one. Oh yeah, you want to take that from ElecVerse saying even the Reaver bots feel a step down from Legends 1 in terms of what? In terms of the look, in terms of the design, in terms of what they do. I mean, so far it seems like they're pretty similar to what the other ones are from before, but I guess we're gonna see.
Well, these guys are pretty much the same as they were before.
Right.
But,
maybe that's what it is.
But I do think that a lot of the Reaver bots in Legends 2 feel less threatening in some ways than the ones in Legends 1.
So you think maybe what, the design of them Because, I mean, I guess compare this to when we started the first one, which was that we had the Marimiji, which are those little snakes, yes?
The Mirimiji,
Mirimijis,
yes.
I should say.
I also, on that subject, I don't have all the Legends 2 Reaverbot names memorized, so I will not be calling them by names.
You want me to put edits when we see them in some cases I can?
Maybe.
Or like take some notes down for the next one as we're getting the broken model done.
Yep, it's a weapon part.
Yeah, it's worth coming here for that. Yeah, feel free to elaborate, like, for what you're meaning, because, I mean, also, because, like, in a lot of ways, Nocturne, you're probably going to be a better answer to all the stuff that Chad has to say on this game in particular than I am, because, honestly, my experience with this is starts and ends with what I did last week, just saying, like, let me look at a look at what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I will not argue against the idea that Legends 1 is more enjoyable as a game than Legends 2.
Yeah, I mean, fine, because there's a question between gameplay and maybe that atmosphere. Fine, gameplay-wise, I'd say this, but atmosphere, there's something about that. Although, even then, when I've played this game, I don't get the sense like, hey, we're not liking this game, either you or me or ElecVerse. But there definitely is something that I'm still liking what I'm playing.
Oh yeah, but like, even though I'm not normally like a survival horror type gamer, I really like the horror vibes of the first game.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that we played it.
That gets diminished considerably in Legends 2.
Yeah, which there's something to be said about that, because we were talking about that a little off screen. Because I talked about Parasite Eve, which I'm going to talk to Medics as far as when we're going to do that. I'm going to try and see if he's got an opening in June for that. But the idea of where that franchise went differently, as far as how it played, even when the second one went into a survival horror direction, it maybe didn't have that shock or that surprise that it did. Because I know you were on the chat in part one of that game, when you're seeing the idea of like the opera house on fire and everybody screaming and running to get out. That is terrifying to see. I heard people say that I played this game when I was not of age to play this. I shouldn't have been, the age I was, and saw that, and it scarred me. Or we saw what happened to Shiva the police dog, which that was another one that I attached to personally, but it was also something that I appreciated that I had that kind of feeling out of it. And you're right, the idea of with Mega Man, I mean, that's the interesting thing I think about Legends itself, the first one, and you're saying a little with this maybe, but not as much. The fact that it's kind of going to a horror direction, you would not necessarily expect that out of Mega Man, maybe.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's doing that is kind of it makes it unique a little bit. I'd say in terms of design, as far as the Reaverbots. Okay, so
yeah.
that might be another thing. What do you think?
Yeah, like the Reaverbots in 1, I think definitely have a more threatening vibe overall. Okay. Like they feel more like real enemies, like real threats.
Okay.
Whereas the Reaverbots in 2 often feel almost a little bit cartoonish.
Uh-huh.
Would you say that's fair to say, ElecVerse?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. I mean, also, while we're waiting for that, as far as him saying that, I would also think one thing, I mean, maybe there's a potential distance. I mean, I think this thing looks a little intimidating, but the distance between, hey, if they look cartoonish, but then you have this kind of tense music, which, by the way, the music, it is Makoto Tomozawa who did the music for the last one, as well as, actually, survival horror games. He did Resident Evil 1, as well as Dino Crisis, on top of other stuff like Mega Man X, 7, and 10, and also Project Number 3, and The Great Circus Mystery, starring Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. So, talk about a range that way, whereas, like, well, for what he's doing, but also the question of this one, like, hey, if this is kind of be a little more tense, you're, like, looking at a Reaverbot that way, instead of, like, hey, it looks more cartoony. Does that necessarily, I guess, lessen it? And for that matter, I guess, do you think that's something that you want to have more of a fright case, I guess? What do you think also, Nocturne, this, which is you're saying you don't have a background as far as survival horror or much in, I don't know, other horror games. What other games really do you remember playing that you had maybe a horror connection with and felt like this seems scary in a way that you admired or were taken back by, or whatever that might be?
I mean, I really don't know how to answer that.
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, but also the question of, I guess when you've had it, we brought this up when we played the last one, which is when we went down to that underwater cave, or the cave that was surrounded by water in the first game. We were talking about that. I think I remember I mentioned showing you Echo the Dolphin Defended the Future. I was showing you one of the areas where you have to get chased with a shark. You were even going like, when you're seeing the shark chasing you, and you're like, but it hit on that level. So, but the idea is like, hey, you know, sometimes it's not something you always see, especially if you don't play a lot of games like that, or sometimes the question of when do you see it, which makes it unique with something like this, or like with Mega Man Legends, I should say.
So let me put it this way. A lot of the Reaver bots in Legends 2, well, in Legends 1, rather, a lot of the Reaver bots in Legends 1, even today, like, even when I went back and played Legends 1, because of the atmosphere and everything in Legends 1, those Reaver bots, still can absolutely scare the shit out of me.
Okay. I mean, you didn't necessarily show that when we played it. You seem like you're kind of composed, but I get that.
But,
you know?
it just feels way more tense. Their designs play into that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas here in this game, a lot of the Legends 2, a lot of the Reaver bots that are unique to Legends 2 especially, just have kind of silly designs. Like the boss Reaver bot that we'll be facing in a moment.
Okay. I mean, but that's interesting, that yeah, it's kind of jarring considering the game's tone, so I think maybe you're getting, I guess, to what Nocturne was saying, like, as far as that, which is a fair idea. But I mean, also the idea that, hey, they might be really good in something else, but maybe not in something like this. And also because we have another game to compare it to. And look, we talked about this last time, so I think it's fair that we're coming back to it now that we have Legends 2 on our docket. But yeah, it's too dangerous to go. So yeah, it looks like Joe has gotten stuff going on with him. It seems like the big Reaver bot inside here. So, okay, I get this. The idea that, hey, we have this thought that, okay, he's telling me about this Reaver bot. We haven't seen this Reaver bot yet. Maybe you're just creating that tension. And the question of... And the idea is like, hey, he looks like he could feasibly be dying with how he's coughing in the middle of a sentence. But then the question of maybe when we see this, the build-up was kind of an anticlimax when we get to it. Or you were saying you think that. But, well, I mean, we'll see. We're going to show that in just a second.
Yep, as soon as I finish mapping out the room.
There you go. May as well. I mean, show this. You love a part of a game, you map it out, you do what you got to do or want to do for it.
So, this is what I'm talking about when I say these things just look silly.
Okay.
Like, not only does it have these weird, like, it also just has this obvious weak point that, that you can just spam.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes owie.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's kind of a surprise. It's interesting the detail that they're doing. They shoot a specific area, he's grabbing that paint, but also maybe the design, I mean, and the color, because or also him clipping through the tower. I never saw that before. That's cool. But you made quick work of him.
But yeah, it literally just goes owie.
Okay.
I mean, not verbally, but like, what else would that action be?
Ow my ass. I don't know. I think that would be it specifically.
But it's still basically owie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, in that case, I'll tell you, it might be worse if they had voiced that specifically, and the voice kind of took that out. Whereas, I mean, I guess with the voice acting in this, it at least seems like it's a little more in line with maybe where the tone of the story is compared to some of these things.
But yeah, tonally, Reaver bots are supposed to be pretty much soulless.
I guess so. So, I mean, maybe the idea of giving more personality as a double-edged sword, or working across purposes with what we're saying as far as tone of this.
Yeah.
So, but maybe the color. I don't know. Do you think maybe the orange color might have been like it's too bright, perhaps?
Also, the bright, hot pink, tiny-ass little tail as a weak point.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the idea like, hey, you want something that'll stand out a little more, but not necessarily create that. And I like that we're going into this as well. I mean, it also shows like we'll go deep into something and what it might be, because there is a lot to talk about on this. And just as far as something like that, because honestly, I never really kind of thought that through. I mean, that came up when we played the first one, but I never really kind of thought to that degree, what is this? Actually, I think even when I was doing my test on this, I never really thought the horror direction that much, although I guess I should have, given how the first game was, and also given the director of this game, who was Yoshinori Kawano, who did direct the first one, but does actually have a background in some horror stuff, specifically Dead Rising on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and all the Mega Man Zero games, which go dark. Not horror, I would say, but they go a little darker. And also Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge, which is one Mega Man Battle Network game that's not in that Battle Network Legacy Collection that's out next Friday at the time of this recording. So, I get that. I think it's worth going into it specifically for it. Maybe it's also because it was such a surprise the first time that way.
And as much as I'm kind of half complaining about Legends 2 right now, I do still love the game.
Well, no, I mean, I think what you're doing is you're going into a game that you've played a lot, you have an admiration for, you're looking at it, you're doing what I've always said and what I've always said this show is all about, looking at it analytically, taking a different look at something, taking a step back, because even when we played Mega Man Legends 1, when we talked about this, or this came up, Lightford, you brought this up actually, you were saying like, hey, I kind of agree, and it also goes to, if nothing else, I'll tell you what it's really doing. Your first opening statement really on this game, when we first started playing tonight, that was basically that I love this game, but I'm also at odds in terms of whether I think this is a better game overall than Mega Man Legends 1. So in this case, you're explaining why do you think that, and really going to at the most granular detail that you can, and the idea that we'll do that. We nothing is too small for us. We will go to that however you want, and in that case, but it also makes it really interesting to kind of look at it from a perspective, especially 23 years after the game's release.
Like, ignoring my own personal level feelings about Legends 1 and 2 for a moment, I would actually consider the two games to be about equal to each other, but where each game excels, the other game tends to fall a bit short, except I think with a lot of the a lot of the characters themselves, maybe not the voice acting, but the characters themselves, I think, are good in both.
Okay, but the idea that they kind of complement themselves as far as their strengths and their weaknesses. Okay, one of the things that bugs me is that it seems they're going to make it. Oh wait, it seems like they're going to make it. It seems the ruins appeared mostly new, but after the first dungeon, it's never brought up again, and that could have been a great mystery. So, going to what he's saying is the idea of making this a story point. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Legends 2 ruins, while they don't look quite as worn as the general ruins in Legends 1, they still have a pretty good bit of wear and tear in them.
Because it's different. We're going to different places. We knew what Cadillacs Island was, and I brought this up off screen, the idea that we're on that area the whole game, and underneath it. In this place, we're going many other places.
I would probably argue that, that yes, the Legends 2 dungeons do seem a little bit, definitely a bit too new, for what they're supposed to be.
Maybe. Or you're saying that would have been a great mystery because as you're searching for the keys, it would build up what's going on with all this stuff. Because, like, hey, there's a whole big history.
At the same time, due to spoilers!
Which we'll get to eventually.
It is actually conceivable that is actually how they would look after such a long period of time.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have it edit up above saying like Nocturne Captain D-Track will remember that. So at that point, then we'll come back to that later. Because remember, you're leading this that way. So what we might say in an earlier part will come up later, and then it also might change something. That's how Shadow Hearts works. What I thought was going on in that game for over half of it, up until we got to part 5, then we got the bombs of what happened in part 5, and I said, oh my god, I did not see this coming, and it totally changed my perspective of what that game was looking like. And yeah, go back to the Shadow Hearts play if you missed any of that, Because, yeah, that was an amazing one as far as that. And it's interesting to see that as well. But, okay, now's not a good time to go into some of this stuff. We got to help Gramps. And also, Nocturne is going to be all you from here, I guess, as far as explaining this, because I haven't seen anything else about what happens after we've saved Joe and put him in the bed. Yeah, did we wake you? No, he was able to sleep through that. I heard what you're saying.
Yeah, he was technically just resting.
Yeah, he is still breathing, so he'll be fine. We got him back here in time. Oh, okay. As you said, like the idea of a memory loss.
Yeah, like my comment about the possibility of him just being an amnesiac Roll's dad.
Yep.
That wasn't even spoilers because we get this line right here.
It was also you planting a breadcrumb. Or, yeah, laying down a breadcrumb. Like, that is a skill right there.
Yeah, now, I don't really feel one way or the other about it. I do think it's possible. I won't rule it out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just not enough information.
Yeah, I mean, of what we have as far as the series, so that's really the question, I guess.
Yeah,
who knows eventually if we see more, potentially.
Now, there is strong evidence for it, which is why I'll give it acknowledgement as a possibility.
Uh-huh. Okay, so actually ElecVerse is saying this, which is that, honestly, the idea of I guess maybe more the lore of the ruins would be more, I'd be honestly more interested in that than Roll trying to find her parents. Well, I mean, it makes sense why she's doing it, of what we saw in the last one, and also we saw at the opening of this one, but I guess then the question of how to blend that, you know? I mean, I guess it's going into the idea of how is this game telling story? What is it telling story on? What is it focusing on in story? So, and this is a longer game, so it also is worth saying that, okay, fine, if you think that for a game that's longer, you think that they would be able to, or how we'll see that, how they might balance some more stuff. Because I've always been in a case like that. I've seen that with movies. Like, hey, if it's like 2.5 hours and they don't develop stuff well, I'm more upset about that. Because I'm saying, like, no, you should have more time. You can utilize that. I mean, with this, we'll see. Because I don't know what's going on for the plot as far as what's going to happen, I should say. But we'll see as it goes along. It is interesting for sure. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. It is so good to see you. We are playing Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. Nocturne is here. She's playing the game for us. Doing a good job as we save Joe, the guy with an amnesia and a reaver butt arm, I guess. There. We'll find out. I don't know. I don't know where the plot's going. It's like Shadow Hearts. So good to see you. Feel free to enjoy the show and let us know anything you got in Mega Man Legends 2, Mega Man, Capcom, or anything else when the stuff we're talking on plot. I feel like nothing is resolved, as everybody's saying hello to everybody.
Hello.
So, okay, we'll find out with story, for sure. No question. As far as, like, what gets resolved. In that case, if nothing else, you're laying the breadcrumbs. You laid it with the first game, maybe without knowing it, maybe with knowing it, maybe you were doing, that element. I would not put that past, given how big a fan of you are of this franchise. So, we're going to see, for sure, and I can't wait to do that. And, so glad to see everybody tonight. Hope you're enjoying the show and hope you enjoy as we go along. Feel free to jump on anything you got, and I love discussions and everything we've seen so far. Alright, so. Go to the Flutter and get things ready. Yeah, we can go back to the Flutter now, but I don't know if you want to do stuff in town.
Let's see. How much money do I have? Not enough to get everything that I wanted to.
Okay.
But I also don't really feel like going back into the ruins.
Okay. Or if you want to show the areas in town, go ahead.
So this town, let's see. There's not really a whole lot to see here, although I didn't actually realize you could get up onto this roof.
Awesome. Okay, so there you go. We're finding stuff new. And that always happens, you know?
I don't usually actually wander into this corner of town. So.
Okay.
And I don't actually know what's over here.
I believe it's the graveyard, or...
Oh, yeah, this is the graveyard.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty much never used for anything.
Okay, maybe that goes to what ElecVerse is saying a little bit. It's a winter wonderland, though, as far as it looks. I mean, I like that. I like the way this looks, as far as an art direction perspective. Although there's something to say, get a sense of, how you remember the Apple Market from the first game. But for the different direction they're going, and we'll see what we feel as far as when we get to this, I do like that we're kind of in this nice element. It creates a great winter atmosphere, And also something I've always asked, like sometimes the question of, do you find a game based on Christmas would fit for a winter thing? But in this case, we kind of found something that I kind of didn't know. But the detail is really nice. Like the snowfall and all that.
Wait,
We're in the
okay,
church.
I know where we are.
Okay.
So...
Alright,
so... In this game, you can get... There is a way to get shop discounts. It's by going full light Mega Man.
Okay, yeah, because... Yeah, go on that. Because I know we had that last time, sort of.
To the best of my knowledge, this is the only way to do it. You pay 1,000,000 zenny to this guy, or you donate 1,000,000 zenny to this guy. And then, boom, light Mega Man.
Okay.
Sometimes it can take more than that, depending on how dark you've gone.
Okay.
But from neutral Mega Man, I'm pretty sure you just need to do the 1,000,000 once, and then you're good.
How do you tend to play this, then?
I tend to go with light because it literally gives you an advantage in terms of buying stuff.
Okay, so yeah, I guess Data's like in the organ of the church, you know, having a nice... Okay, I'll tell you what he's doing. He's doing the Holy Saturday service, which usually happens as far as this... As far as it's like, he's here that way, you know, it's not all dark and black before we get ready to celebrate the next coming of Jesus, and there's the priest, but...
Also, the fact that Data is here is a bit of a hint for things to come.
Alright. What about that other girl who's over there? She's just a parishioner?
I don't... She's not... I think she just has a little bit of dialogue, nothing special.
Okay. Yeah, come to the priest to donate and put in the offertory plate and spend 1,000,000, and you'll be Light Mega Man. You're gonna do that, or how are you gonna handle that?
I'll do it eventually.
Okay.
It's not something I'll do right away.
Alright.
Because it takes too long to grind money to make that worthwhile for the time being.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, like with the first game, we have to kick the can, but I don't think you can... Can you kick it into that?
It's possible.
I tried when I was on my test. Okay, never mind, thank you. Good job for showing me first shot, good job. But you get only 200 zenny this time, then 1,000. Also, here's a question. You don't get the... They don't consider that bad action like the last game, do they?
I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure you're kicking it into an actual trash can.
Okay, fair enough.
So, I don't think they consider that a bad thing.
Nice kick, by the way, because like I tried when I first saw it, I was like, oh great, I can do this to get money. And I was like, okay, fine, but I missed the kick. I was like, I couldn't get it in there. Like, good job getting on your first shot.
ElecVerse.
Goal! Like, there you go. Oh. They don't like us, apparently, so, yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about. Speaking of, like, the Winter Wonderland, listen to that sound.
You know, we could at least, buy some food here.
Maybe. It's like, no, we'll take something off of the... Oh, no, they're textures. We can't take the textures off the wall.
But, like, there is clearly food on those shelves.
Well, yeah, we know we're not wanted, but actually there is... Actually, wait, turn around. There's a nice attention detail I saw when I was doing the test. There's Zero, a Black Suit Zero from Mega Man X4, yes?
Yeah, or, well, it could, that's either from, actually no, that wouldn't be X4 Black Zero, because X4 Black Zero has a purple saber.
Okay. Yeah, hi Zero, so says, ElecVerse as well as, Kalinka.
Kalinka.
Kalinka? Who's Kalinka?
Dr. Cossack's daughter.
Oh, right, from Mega Man 6.
Now, where was...
Oh, right there. I think the picture there, right there.
That's not Kalinka.
Where was it? Oh, maybe the model here. Is that the idea?
I don't know.
We'll have a picture if we don't find it, or like first you remember where Kalinka is. Because also I'm not as familiar with... It is Mega Man 6 for that one, yes.
Mega Man 4.
Mega Man 4, okay, thank you. We'll have a picture of Kalinka specifically that way.
Oh wait,
right there. Okay, perfect. On the magazine.
On the magazine.
I never noticed that. That's cool. What goes to the idea of, I guess, well, let's talk about what was going on with Mega Man at the time when this came out. Because you mentioned Mega Man X5, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of books. Okay, so thank you, ElecVerse. Appreciate that. So, because I guess what was going on with Mega Man at the time, really, with this in 2000, was that, well, we had the Misadventures of Tronbon, Mega Man X5 was coming out, and Mega Man Extreme was on the way. It was pushed into 2001 specific. So there were definitely kind of a lot of cross-referencing going on with a lot of stuff with Mega Man, sort of. And with this one, I get that.
Mega Man games, well, especially the ones that are more role-playing focused, love to reference earlier Mega Man titles.
Mm-hmm. And we saw that in the first one, but I think already maybe this is more than even that was.
But I mean, also in the EXE series, the Battle Network series.
Yeah, I think I saw that as some of the ones I played specifically. And we have an easier way to get that when the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection comes out on April 14th. With PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. I almost said Xbox. It's not on Xbox. Which is weird. I don't know why it's not coming on that, but either way.
Alright, let's see. Anything else interesting to see here?
We'll get the atmosphere. I mean, we found that. Oh, train.
There's a train right there.
Alright, the station mustn't be in use anymore.
It certainly looks kind of decrepit.
Yeah, I mean, I like that detail in a way, you know? The idea that, hey, it feels kind of lived in, but also the question, as you said, like, hey, what about the dungeons? Also, this game confuses me because... about how Mega Man got his name. I guess they're gonna go in that later. Am I right about that as far as plot?
I forget exactly, but I think it's in the first game where it's explained.
The thing we saw at the end with Mega Man Trigger.
No, like as Mega Man Volnut, basically as he's known in the present day.
Okay.
I think his name I think Roll had some say or something in naming him, and wanted to name him after a character in something that she had read.
Oh, okay.
I'm not completely certain about that.
Okay.
But I wouldn't put it past the series.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess we'll see that. I don't know if there's anything else to that in this game.
But what I'm wondering is where they got Volnut from.
Yeah, I mean, Chad, if you know, or have an element, that would be curious to know.
Like, I would be much more interested in knowing that than why Mega Man.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll try and think this just as far as what I know of the first game, what I know very little of this one. We have not Santa Claus here. Alright, was he? When the roads outside were closed, a lot of people here left. Oh, so this is kind of like in a sort of abandoned town. Oh, Forbidden Island, they went there, okay. So basically, they like the digging lifestyle the way we do, but, yeah, that might be the reason why that woman in the shop didn't like, seeing us come in. I mean, if I'm gonna guess, I don't know, maybe because of the technical nature of, if what you're saying is the case, where it's like Roll had a say in this, because Roll has a technical thing, maybe there's something as far as she thought, hey, it worked as far as, like, the name, as far as, I don't know, some of the gadgets or some of the tools that she works with, maybe, but I don't know. It's me just kind of thinking, what is a possible answer to that? It's like, as I said, the game you're saying does not explain this specifically, or that specifically, and, like, what's the idea? Like, the what if. I mean, we've gone into that as well, especially the question of, since we haven't seen much of this franchise in a while, as far as the series itself, I mean, references and other stuff, the possibility, I guess, after they finish the, you're doing great on this.
2 for 2.
2 for 2, awesome. Where after the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection comes out, we get we get a Mega Man Legends Legacy Collection, which, I mean, I think people would like that. I mean, they've been liking the fact that they're releasing all the other ones, so I'd buy it, no question. Yeah, in one of Gramps' journals, Roll gave Mega Man his name after a favorite game character, as you're saying, Nocturne, so I think ElecVerse is validating this. Fair enough, but he was found as a baby with Gramps, and Roll and Mega Man are supposed to be the same age, so what's going on with that?
Yeah, like...
Okay.
It's questionable.
Okay.
I still have more of a question of why Volnut.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's an answer to that specifically, but alright.
Here's the bar.
Yeah, we weren't wanted over at the item shop. Let's go drink ourselves, silly. Oh, except, yeah, it's hard.
Oh, that must be the girl's mother.
Oh, he's lost his memory, but something still calls him for Forbidden Island. Okay.
Or maybe she isn't the girl's mother, but knows, that family?
Yeah, that too. So actually, ElecVerse asking the same question, why Volnut? So, okay, good we're asking these questions. The tin shoes I found him collapsed on the side, can't remember anything. Oh, so it must be her. Because she found him. It is. My daughter's taken to him.
Yep.
And he can't stay away. So, alright, that is her. She looks sober, but she's had a few, so don't pay much attention to her. Wait, who? The person who runs it?
Probably.
Okay. Well, hey, she's in a bar, I guess, but like, we should give me another drink. Yeah, this does not have a use of alcohol tag on the box, which is interesting that way. But either way. So yeah, they're not shying away about the fact of some Mega Man drinking. Actually, also, I guess over there was that, like a chess set on... Oh yeah, it was a chess set and books that way. Yeah, it does look a good, I guess, a little bit of a watering hole this way as far as what it is. Hey, if you're gonna keep warm during the winter, it's like, yeah, nothing warmer than alcohol that way. I have nothing else being able to get it up the atmosphere on this. Actually, that I like so far what I'm seeing. Oh, it's the back door! Oh, cool. Doesn't know that. This door is for staff only. Do you like fossils? You do? Well, you want it? Oh, the Reaverbot Claw. Okay, that's a part we can use, yes? Don't have any more in my collection. Okay, so yeah, if you come back here, everybody's just getting a hard time getting home. What is it?
I don't know.
Oh, it looks like a generator, like a tank of some sort.
Probably some kind of generator. I don't know.
Well, okay. ElecVerse says this thought. Maybe something got lost in translation between the Japanese and English versions. Yeah, maybe because we mentioned that with Mega Man. It's possible. To be fair, that's happened quite a bit with Mega Man anyway. So, yeah, fair enough that way. I don't know. I mean, Nocturne, since you have the Japanese version of this and the first one, I don't know. Have you ever seen like what the translation looks like that might be different? Any?
I'm not fluent in Japanese.
No, I'm saying looking it up.
But I'm not aware of any glaring things that are different between the two.
Mm-hmm. Because I know that's come up with some things with Mega Man, the thought of, well, something in the ending of Mega Man 7 where it's different for us, and in the Japanese version it isn't. But I don't think there's anything like that in this.
Yeah, like, I would imagine that in the Japanese version, Data was trying to make something other than pizza.
Yeah, I mean, I get that idea a little bit.
But that's not a significant detail.
Okay, I'm curious what it was. If I can find some answer just for that alone, I will. And see if we can get some kind of... Maybe some answers to that, because sometimes that's a fascination, too. Like, hey, something got lost. We talked about that when we played a lot of games. We talked about it with Mischief Makers. The thought of, hey, there's some things that seem like they don't connect 100%. So, maybe that's why. I made the question also of, like, how well localization works. Although, to be honest, I'll say this, and I don't know, Nocturne or Chad, if you agree with this. I think when it comes to the localization of the Mega Man games, barring any possible things that might have been lost with these, I think the Legends games seem like they've been localized the best, generally speaking. Overall, if you're gonna look at the overall elements of the series.
And there's a couple things I need to get before we go anywhere.
Okay.
Buster upgrades.
Alright, so yeah, we got them, and we're gonna be... we're gonna go out and get them, okay.
I forgot to go back into the junk shop from the front.
Okay. Well, that's fine. We got the nice Reaverbot Claw going in the back, so either way.
Alright, time for me to buy some stuff.
Alright, what are we getting?
First off... that's what I thought. Buy... item...
Alright, so what do you
We
buy?
get the Jet Skates basically right out of the gate in this game.
Okay, so you were saying last time that we had to wait a while. I think it might have given a hint that maybe we don't have to wait as long in this one, but alright, we get to run them right away. What are the bionic parts is an increase of health, is that right? And the canteen is like before?
Yeah, although we are not getting that right away. We are getting those. Cancel part, or no, buy item. I am going to favor the energy canteen.
Well, you did last time, so that makes sense to it. I guess then, for this, do you play this game differently as far as your build of Mega Man than the last one? I guess starting, if nothing else.
I mean, my next priority is the normal armor.
Okay.
Turbocharger will be okay to have, but, normal armor, I mean, when you take damage, it can be a bit heavy.
Okay. Is it heavier than the first game?
Well, it often feels heavier because you don't have that regenerating shield.
Right.
So while it's not, I don't think it's actually heavier. I'm a little question mark on that assessment. But while the actual damage might not be quite so bad, or might not necessarily be heavier, when you get hit, you take damage instead of having the potential for the attack to hit your shield instead.
Okay.
So defense is important.
Alright. I guess then one thing just to quickly go into, would you say this is easier or harder than the last game, as far as difficulty was?
Easier in some places, harder in others. I would say overall it's about even.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, because it seems like, as you were saying before, they're kind of overlapping each other in terms of what they do well and not, so maybe that would make sense with the difficulty too.
Yeah, there are a couple specific boss battles that I would say are harder.
Okay.
But I also haven't played through this game in so long that I may be misremembering.
Okay. Yeah, that being said, you mentioned we were getting the jet skates, yes, you said? We're getting those right away. Well, basically right away. As you're feeling this more somber take on the Flutter theme, and also the nice wipe. Might be able to make something out of rifle barrel. So she'll basically tell you what you might need for something this time?
Yeah, or at least she at least gives some hints.
Okay.
Cancel. Now we go into the pause menu, which, for the record, is actually on the select button and not the start button or one of the shape buttons.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, you would think it would be on the start button, but no, the start button brings up the two options to either return to the game or return to the title screen.
Okay. Yeah, so they swapped them. That's kind of weird. Well, we mentioned, I think, with some games we've played where they did a sequel and then they kind of changed button layout, potentially, for certain things.
Okay, so items, energy, canteen. Okay, yeah, we have 5 units of health in there. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, so you start off with a B-class license. That's right.
I think, isn't that the highest... Actually, wait. Is that the highest license we got in the first game?
In the first game, I think it maxed out at A class?
Okay.
It was either A or S, but I think it was A.
Okay.
In this game, the achievable license levels go up to S rank, but on very hard, you have SS rank from the very start.
Okay. So there you go, you get the jet skates. Okay, so they give you... so they separated out based upon part of body this time.
Yep.
Okay. I like how they lay out the interface. It does look pretty slick.
Yeah. I do like how they the menus are done. I just wish that I could press circle and back out to the next level out on the menu.
See, it's funny, the Crusader 64 said the same thing about Shadow Hearts. They give you the option to change that as far as the controls. This game, I guess they don't.
Instead, it's on triangle, which is counterintuitive to me.
Right, because usually when you play a game like this, you go in your menu with a triangle, or that top button, whatever it might be for a system. Yeah,
either triangle or start, and usually in US PlayStation games, X is confirm and circle is cancel.
Right, but I mean, sometimes they swap it. We mentioned that with Parasite Eve. And, well, fine, because Japan looks the other way. They say circle is the confirm and X or cross is canceled.
But regardless of how you slice it, it's usually X and circle. One of them does one thing, the other does the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, so it can throw you for a loop. We've mentioned this before, so it's worth going into.
Whereas for whatever reason in Legends 2, on menus, circle does nothing, and triangle of all things is cancel.
And I take it the control mappings do not give you an option to change that?
That cannot be changed.
Okay.
It's just
it's weird.
Like once you get used to it and it just becomes second nature, it's kind of whatever. You're defaulting to triangle constantly for cancel, but it just takes a little time to get used to.
Yeah, I mean, also benefited if they do a Mega Man Legends Legacy Collection, either giving you customizability for the entire elements and controls, or buy on the Switch and say that, oh yeah, I can use the custom controller method for that, which like people are doing that for GoldenEye. It's like, I can't play this if I don't have the Nintendo 64 controller because of how that operates, but come up with some really crazy stuff to get that game running or make it feel natural. That's an option too, potentially. Yeah. But for this, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, so I believe that's everything.
Alright.
So, yeah, let's go.
Alright, where we going? Oh yeah, because we have a different case. There's not another one.
Actually, wait. Before we go anywhere, I'm saving with data.
Okay.
No, I'm going back on the ship. We were not... Why did you kick me off the ship?
I was like, no, I dropped a penny. She was like, no, go get it, and we'll come back and get it, and then we'll leave.
No, I am not picking up your stupid penny. I'm saving with data.
Okay. No, I guess Mega Man said, there's like, no, I gotta go out. It was my lucky penny. It's like, we talk about DuckTales so often, the idea of his lucky dime. He's gonna go through time if he has to, or Scrooge McDuck's gonna go through time if he has to get that thing.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna save over these 2 old slots.
Okay.
Save.
Also, at the end of the show, what she's also gonna do is just as a backup, she's gonna save to my card, so I'll have that as backup as well in case something goes catastrophic.
Yeah.
Which I realize it seems like that's kind of the right way I've realized when it's come to PlayStation era systems.
Okay.
Upper deck, but apparently we can't go up there. Because you said the flutter's bigger on the inside than it was last time.
Yeah, in Legends 2 it's absolutely bigger.
Okay.
You know what? Since we're right here, might as well do a quick tour.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, this is the Mega Man room, I guess.
Actually, wait. I should wait to do the tour until I fix the burned part of the ship.
Oh, does it show it burns?
You can't enter that part of the ship until you fix it.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Anyway.
This is our room, right?
Here's a preview. Here's Mega Man's room.
Okay.
Or, as I prefer to call him, Trigger by his old name.
Right, and we know now because of the first game. So yeah, just to go into this, we're going to assume now that people have seen our play or have played the first game because it's a sequel and it goes to it. Yeah. So we're only going to spoil this game as we get to it. So I think it's fair enough that way. I'm giving links to that other one anyway.
Calling him Trigger isn't a spoiler because because Juno specifically calls him Trigger.
And people's like, wait.
In Legends 1.
Uh-huh.
So, not spoiler.
No, that's true. I mean, and as I said, since we played the first one, I'll give a link to that for it, so that if you missed our Legends 1 play, yeah, definitely was a good time we had, and also explained some of these things. But also it might be one of those things that people's like, yeah, like, that name might not mean anything. Or it's like what the Christiania 64 did with me with Shadow Hearts, which was, you know, I didn't know really what to expect, so at that point, you were saying that me seeing certain characters around made me really not think much as far as where the twist and plot were going to go. So, in that case, that was that idea. Yeah, but you do have a map in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You get to fly the flutter around all you want.
Mm-hmm. So, you start off in Kalinka, which is kind of funny, considering that we also saw Kalinka on that magazine cover.
Oh, right. So there you go. That's it.
It's spelled differently, but...
Yeah, that subtle thing. So, yeah, good catch on that. I didn't pick that up when I was playing briefly to this.
Yosyonke City.
Alright, and I guess we gotta go into the unknown,
and then
right?
we eventually come down here and go to this tiny little place right here, go down here, go over here, and there will be something right around here. And then there's Forbidden Island right over here.
Okay, is there a cutscene we're gonna see coming up?
I believe so.
Okay. Alright, well, we'll see. Like, when it comes up, we will mute the mic for that as has been wont. But, alright, we're going to Forbidden Island then next. Yes?
Yep. So,
alrighty.
Here we go.
Are you ready, Mega Man?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Hold hatch open. Releasing docking clamp. Drop ship away! Mega Man, are you all right?
Here you
Yeah, I
go.
think we are.
Okay.
Good. If you want to come back to the flutter, just get into the dropship, okay? All right then. Let's try and find Gramps' ship. It looks like it's drifting. I'm getting a reading north of your position. When you're ready, try heading north and see what you can find.
Alright, thank you, Ro. We'll do that. We're back, by the way. So, alright. This looks familiar.
I was actually completely wrong about not being able to go back to the flutter when you get here. So yes, you can in fact go back to the flutter. You just answer yes to this question, and you can go back.
Alright, so it beamed up, but alright, fine. We are down on the Forbidden Islands. We did see this sort of when you did the demo, but now it makes more sense.
Yeah, also, you'll if you were paying attention to the dialogue in the demo, which is why I didn't skip through it. You'll notice that even though this area is pretty much identical, the entire scenario is different.
Really?
In the demo, they only talk about finding Gramps' ship, quote.
Okay.
They don't give any hints for, they actually manage to not spoil anything. Except for the area itself.
Well, they also said that this is still a game that's in progress, or yeah, as far as, or it's like, in progress, because they don't have a space as far as the beginning, but yeah, this is what it looks like. So, I need attention to detail, and also, they don't have voices in the demo either.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're not muting for when there's subtitles on screen, so that's that idea. So you're hearing that go as, yeah, we're in the middle of the blizzard. I get what ElecVerse is saying, the idea of, starting things out, we're going here, it's like, yeah, we're in a blizzard, things are going, potentially haywire, and, we needed this, dropship to come down here, and this is why. Flutter, we love the Flutter, but, probably would not have survived this without us spending more money in building it that way, but alright. keep going along. And yeah, I'm liking what we're seeing so far. And also seeing this, so in this case, a smart idea, Nocturne, for saying let's show the demo off. Because yeah, this was an area of the demo, but we didn't really know why. And since the game was not done yet when they did it, they said, okay, this is how it goes. As I mentioned, that's an interesting thing about Capcom demos. They tended to do that, whether it's this, whether it was Resident Evil 4, multiple demos of Resident Evil 4, or Resident Evil 2, or other stuff too.
Also, there's some important dialogue coming up regarding, or at least I think there's dialogue that's coming up. So.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, it explains what I asked, was like, their people frozen. What's that about?
What is it? Do you see something? I'm not picking up anything.
Are they dead?
I thought there was.
I don't know, maybe you have to talk to each of them?
I'm picking up something. It looks...
Okay, cooks like human life. Let's keep looking for Gramps' ship. Okay, so she picks up the humans, but that thing, not exactly. So yeah, we're noticing there's a person in there, and in there... Yeah, they look like they're safe, but it also is like, wait, are they safe or are they frozen to death? Fine, she's saying she got life readings, so they should be okay. But that thing in the pod, yeah, that I don't know.
So, I can't say anything about it just yet. But it is heavily... I can't say anything about the reasoning behind it just yet, but it is heavily implied that these people are being kept safe, but in essentially stasis bubbles.
Okay. And we'll see that as we go along, for sure.
Like, those to me look way more like barriers than they do ice.
Also the fact that they're kind of in like a sitting down, a sit style that almost looks like they're kind of, not necessarily meditation, but a case that it doesn't look like they're suffering.
Yeah.
Or it seems like they're frozen or something happened horrible to them.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll see what's going to happen, because I'm going to assume we're going to get some answers about some things here.
Also, I do consider that to be a really good bit of storytelling through just what you're shown.
Sure. No, exactly. I mean,
like, show, don't tell.
Right, and the best cases of that can really go nicely.
But how could that be?
Also, right there, you said these things, they come to life. The game doesn't really explain that either in the demo, but now that we see them, we're like, she's like, wait, they look like people. But it's like, no, they're not people. Oh, that also is getting my mind going interesting if she's like, hey, I'm seeing a reading this way. Because usually her way of reading is, remember, Mega Man is the digger and she's the spotter, or Roll is the spotter, I should say, so they are typed that way. They were in the last game, they are in this one. So seeing, like, her reactions tend not to be wrong, and his instincts when he's going out on the job are not wrong either, usually. So they kind of complement each other really well that way. I think we're probably going to get that flashing light again.
Yep.
I'll have a warning.
Yep.
I mean, I said, as far as the Wizard of War being the worst of it, this is not much, but I'll put a warning when I edit. And I give an audible element of it. Alright, so we have the doggy again. Alright, so yeah, this does look familiar, but unlike the demo, we're going to be able to go onwards after that.
Well, this isn't the main boss of the area.
That's what I'm saying, but we're going to go to the next area after this, because demo basically, I'll find it out.
The demo does go through the
Oh, no, you're right, it did. No, you're right, it did. I forgot about that. I don't know why I was thinking it didn't. Yeah, same deal as before, just shoot the doggy and he'll be put down. Actually, in that case, I would say, going back to the overarching thing we're talking about as far as the Reaverbot design, that looked a little bit intimidating from a distance, maybe because of the color scheme.
Although it's not really in line with a lot of other Reaverbot design qualities.
Is there? I mean, I guess we'll see this later. Is there maybe something to go into, like backgrounds, like maybe where the Reaverbots came from, more than what we saw in the first one, perhaps, to go into that?
I believe there is some insight into that given in this game.
Okay.
I don't remember for certain.
Okay. I'll be curious to see specifically that way, because I mean, it would then answer some of the things that I guess we're kind of asking about or discussing.
There's a Reaver bot close by. Watch out!
I think also here's the other thing, going back to what I was saying as far as the other Reaver bot looking a little more menacing. Maybe it's also because of the fact, hey, we're in a blizzard.
Yeah,
so
now,
you can't see him that much.
Now, these elephant or mammoth-like Reaver bots, I do think they look good as Reaver bots.
I do too. I know we mentioned that before, I think, when we did our off-screen stuff.
I think they follow the general design aesthetic for Reaver bots pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, so that also then goes well with what we were talking about earlier. The thought that, hey, if some look too cartoony, look at something like this. This looks like it's in line while also being something that it gets that element of you can kind of tell a little bit what it's based on, while also saying that, hey, it has this intimidation factor, sort of, like it's appreciating elements of the design with the little stuff, like the red of the eyes, the way that they're kind of correlating or kind of going with the darker, I guess, navy blue, black look. Whoa.
I was attempting to jump over it.
Yeah, though you can, I believe, yes?
I've done it a couple times.
Okay.
It's doable, it's just, there's a pretty narrow window.
Okay. Now, like the demo we can save here. It's like, yeah, Data, what are you doing out here? But then again, Data has the hookup for us, as has usually been the case. I'm still doing the monkey with me, although in that case, he doesn't do the tilt. Fine, he does the tilt, not when we're saving. Oh no, he did. No, he did the tilt when we were saving in the last game. So I guess he's more focused. Like, fine, I got to move my hand specifically. I can't be tilting on the side for Mega Man this time.
According to my readings, it should be somewhere close by.
All right, let's see.
So yeah, like before, you can run around this area. But nothing will happen until you interact with the crystal.
Mega Man, what did you do? I'm picking up a massive energy surge. I think it might be a giant Reaver bot. Get out of there, Mega Man! Mega Man! Mega Man! It's me!
And they also do the nice distortion of the voice, like in the first game, which I thought was terrific. So yeah, we were radio silenced on roll, so look, it's up to us. I think same deal as before, but I don't know. They didn't change stuff with like music for this compared to the demo, did they?
I don't know if they did or not.
I mean, we have it on the video, so we can also confirm that. But hey, at least we're showing both. Oh, okay. Well, at first I was like, wait, he didn't go in a different direction, did it? Or like change color? But like, no, okay, he was trying to charge on.
Oh, I was trying to
stay close.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed also when you're doing the shooting, I don't think you have like, you don't have the charge down like the last game, is that right? You should reach your bullets then and it stops briefly and then start shooting again? Or is just maybe what you got?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm also trying. I don't think I can respond while I'm. Okay.
What I was saying is when you shoot the bullets out, you know, in the first game when you first shot him, it goes shoot, 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 shoots like 3 bullets and it stops.
No, that's in this too. I just. Okay. I'm just not shooting far. I just don't have the range or firing rate.
It stopped.
Has it finally stopped? I thought we were goners for sure.
You're getting old, Beryl. That was nothing. Look at me. I'm fine.
Show off. For all that money you spent on it, You'd think this flying wash tub of yours would have held up better.
Well, accidents happen. If we were ready for them, we wouldn't call them accidents, would we?
How come those old fogies are so chipper, huh? My stomach feels like it's been through a washing machine spin cycle.
Teasel, look!
Huh?
Well, that's done it. They woke her up.
The Carbons have decided their own fate. This is because they've activated Mistress Sarah. You've done enough for them, Mistress Yuna. You are required to relinquish the keys to her.
No, it's not enough. Why did the Master entrust that purifier unit with his genetic code? It was his job to hunt down and eliminate all aberrant units. So why did he become the greatest aberrant of all? There are still too many unanswered questions.
Mistress Yuna, surely you have enough information to arrive at a conclusion.
Think, Gats. What if the Carbons, which the Master loves so dearly, were more important than the Master's system? What then?
What? The chances of such a possibility being true are non-existent.
Are they? How can you be so sure? Uh-oh, we better get out of here.
Agreed.
It appears that Miss Yuna still does not intend to give you access to the keys, Mistress Sarah.
What is she thinking? Her logic is as mysterious as was the Master's. You know what you have to do.
Yes, the directive of this unit is ensuring your safety.
Very well. One of the Carbon's ships. We must first recover the keys to the library. We can acquire and deal with the Master's genetic code sample afterward.
Understood.
What gives? How come we end up stuck in here?
Think about it, Teasel. Do you think they're just going to have a press conference with what's happened?
What was that blue fellow doing there anyway? I don't like it enough one bit. One thing's for sure, I'll get him this time or my name's not.
Shh! I'm picking something up.
So what you're saying is, if you have possession of these 4 keys, we can unlock the Mother Lode and save Mistress Sarah. Is that it?
Correct. We are from the past, your ancestors. We are in a world we never made. We mean no harm. We simply desire to live out the rest of our lives as best we can. Of course, your troubles will be rewarded. With the keys, you will have access to technology that has long been lost to you. You would have the ability to make all the refractors you need.
I understand. Leave finding the keys to us. We are not the only ones searching for the Mother Lode. For your safety, I recommend that you stay here on the ship.
Speak of the devil.
were you spying on me?
I thought we were supposed to be allies, aren't we?
We're a unified front, a team. We won't let you hold out on us.
Unified front? There's only 2 of you!
Ah, but they are veterans, remember, Teasel? Not like some people I know who think the more people you have working for you, the better you are.
Oh, and what about you?
Now, Teasel, the more the merrier, right? Don't get so upset. We can dump them anytime we want.
I guess you're right. All right, then, let's get this show on the road. What we need to do is split up and take over any town that's got a large ruin nearby. Then, we explore the ruins and find these keys. All right, boys. Look sharp. Let's go.
I'll see you around.
Come in, Bola. We've got work to do.
Those 2 really get on my nerves.
Pirates on the move already? That complicates matters.
Oh, stop it. You can't fool me.
Is it that obvious?
Don't you think you're getting too old for playing around with pirates?
Find Mega Man. Bring him here.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to drag them into your escapades again, are you?
Well, I just want to talk to them. They'll get involved with or without me.
My.
Mr. Mega Man, sir. Mr. Blucher would like to see you.
Alright, yeah, we have a lot to unpack on that one. Also, a lot from chat coming out of this. A few things. The cutscene we just saw makes me uncomfortable because why is Sarah naked? Yeah, good. Nocturne, you go down each one. We'll go on each of these before we go along.
As far as I know, the nudity is never explained.
Okay.
Especially since Geets, the guy who's with her, is fully clothed.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the question. Also, the idea of her being underage. We're going to get into some of the stuff with that, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, she's designed underage, but she is actually quite old.
Right. Okay. So it's just that. I mean, it's a question of the design and like we sort of saw at this time. We mentioned Parasite 2 has a shower scene in it. The idea that they're going gratuitous, even if a game that's ready to eat for everyone doesn't show anything. Also, why didn't you try to stop Mega Man from waking Sarah? You want to take this because I'm still trying to put what happened here together.
Now, this is more just a theory as far as I know, but I think it's more likely that, okay, I can't really fully discuss this without a bit of a spoiler, but it's one that's also kind of obvious with what we've seen already in the game.
Is it what he's saying? They're saying that Sarah and Gates look so evil it's not funny?
No. Yuna, is currently using the body of Roll's mother. And she doesn't want Roll's mother to come to any harm.
Gotcha.
So, and, Trigger, she knows Trigger to be a very powerful opponent. If you end up on the wrong end of, basically if you end up becoming his enemy, or even just opponent, he can be a very dangerous person to fight.
Right.
So I think she just didn't want to get into an altercation against Trigger.
Okay. Yeah, because he's also saying you confused me because it's almost like she wanted her to be awakened, but you're saying that wanted to be awakened, but then didn't realize that that Mega Man was there and said, I'm staying out of this.
I think she had to basically abort.
Gotcha. That's what it looked like.
Like abort mission.
Pretty much. That's what I saw as well from what I was gathering. And also the design, I guess, there of Sarah and Gates looking so evil it's not funny. But I don't know if that's going to anything either.
Yeah, I imagine that it's more just that trope doesn't exist in the Carbons world.
Gotcha. And we'll understand, I guess, who the Carbons are as we go along.
Yeah, well, I mean,
a little bit.
Juno in Mega Man Legends
you
1
did
already went into a bit of a mention of Carbons.
Right. So in this case, it's going to elaborate on that. And as we go along, also, I'll go into stuff with voice acting because there's tons of people we saw, tons of voice performance I have to get into.
Yeah.
The elephant in the room that I'm dealing with, again, we're dealing with every part of this entire franchise, but yeah, what do we have here? Anything else going on right now we're going to do?
Let's see, I'm just checking around the room.
Yeah, we're hearing some Vivaldi for the Four Seasons.
Yeah, I
love that
believe it's part of Spring.
Yeah, it is.
And for technically being chiptunes, it's not bad.
Well, I mean is it chiptunes?
Not chiptunes, but it's like synthesized instruments.
Is that what they did for this?
I'm pretty sure that it's I'm pretty sure that it's not the actual instruments.
So like they didn't do a real instrument case on this game?
No, this is not recorded audio. It's synthesized audio.
Mm-hmm. It sounds real to me, and we got on that when we played Mad Maestro.
Or at least, I know that a lot of it is synthesized.
If there's an answer, maybe that it is or it isn't, I'll put in. But when we played Mad Maestro, I said the same thing. I know for a fact with Mad Maestro, that was synthesized, because they basically make it so that it's able to be dynamic for when you make mistakes and the note will go sour. But for synthesized there, it sounds really, really good. It sounds of high quality, where you could listen to this like, yeah, that sounds like real instruments to me. And it is running on a CD system, so that's the idea.
But yeah, it's still a really... For being in a video game, I do think it's a very good rendition of the piece.
And then again, we've seen with this franchise so far, they do love doing their classical music elements and doing it really well.
Oh yeah, definitely excited for the EXE Legacy Collection.
Yeah, we're excited for the Battle Network Legacy Collection. I've had my pre-order in since January for Switch, and it is coming next Friday for that.
Technically, I still need to put in my pre-order, but I'm definitely getting it.
Yeah, we're both running Switch specifically because of the fact that, well, it is all in one card on Switch. They're not doing what they did with everything but the Zero ZX collections. They also are going to be... It's not going to be a case, I think, where they screw it up, because Capcom's done really good with a lot of the ports they've done to Switch. So yeah, we're totally set on that. And also remember, us buying that, what does it do? Sends message that, hey, we'll buy a collection of this and everything else. Alright, sorry to call you on short notice. So yeah, that is, let's talk, I mean, I don't know, it's now good to talk voice acting a little bit.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, we did see Beryl Casket, of course, Gramps, the grandfather of Roll, who is voiced in this game, like last time, by George Maswell, who did some, I guess, sort of scattered stuff here and there, but the main role I found, he was Small World, the mechanic in the movie The Hurricane, if you're familiar with that. It was about Hurricane Carter, I believe. It was Denzel Washington who played it. It was Norbert Jurison who directed Moonstruck, actually. Interesting enough. He's not in that same style. Also, I have a theory, by the way, that Legends is skipped in favor of Battle Network, because there's probably more games. I would think maybe so. That might be the idea. As we're talking to Werner von Blücher, who is voiced by Stuart Arnott, who is actually in the movie The Shape of Water. He was Bernard in that film, the movie that won the Oscar for 2017, as well as Dr. Wilburn in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and also as the Senate House Leader in the remake of RoboCop. Yeah, but okay, they've got something going on, specifically. Like, they're dragging him in for questioning, and feel free going in, like, for what you're saying, like, why they went to Battle Network first over Legends. If it goes to the Teasel Bomb thing, we're touching that. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting that. I'm not getting flat-footed again after last time. Well, anyway, what does he want us to do?
He's asking us to go recover the keys.
Okay, so this goes to what ElecVerse was saying, and I guess what this is... Yeah, but Barrel's kind of, I guess gun-shy about saying, like, Mega Man, you do this. Again, he knows we can do our skills, but he doesn't know, I guess, what we really are. At least, not yet.
Well, no one... at this point, no one except for Sarah, Geets, Yuna, and Gats know exactly who... Mega Man is.
And, well, fine, Data knows.
Well, yes, Data as well.
Okay, so, yeah, it is kind of going to that. Zero Scans haven't aged well personally, and Rob Smith, I think they would, Capcom get canceled if they had a convicted child pornographer in the game voicing. Yeah, we want to talk about that. Do you think that keeps this thing from getting re-released? I don't think it does if they just come out and say, yes, he did this, it was after this game came out. By the way, Rob Smith voices Teasel Bond. We'll get into this then briefly. Who, as far as other performances he did before that happened in 2008, and he served 10 months because, yeah, apparently that's fine. He was Bob in Pushing Tin. He was Simple Simon in Detroit Rock City. He was doing commentary work in the movie Driven. And fittingly, he was Brian Powell in the erotic thriller, what's it called? Did I take the name down of what that movie was? It had Elizabeth Berkley in it from Showgirls. And actually, it had Corey Seaver, who was Mega Man Volnut in the first game, in it. Yeah, he was convicted that way, and the question of, then he killed himself in 2020 because he drowned himself in a lake, and nothing of value is lost. Just gonna say it right now. But, and if you have a problem with that, go see Nambla's, streams. They might be more in line away from everybody else. But, having said that, I don't know, because I've gotten to questions with that. People brought that up when these came out on the PlayStation 3. The thought that, hey, Capcom gave initially reasons about saying it, the voice actor negotiations, which was a real thing, as Life is Strange proved. Because, the second game of that, or the Before the Storm, had the voice performances not returning because of that. But I don't know if, they fear that they're going to get a case of that. I mean, I think Capcom's argument to that could be look, that was not at the time, we don't know. He drowned? Hot goddamn. Yeah, we mentioned that last, when we played the last game. Specifically, he was actually, an arrest warrant was out for what he did again, and then instead of, facing it, he drowned himself and did society a favor. So, yeah. But I don't know, Nocturne, do you think that's going to be a roadblock to getting those re-released?
To getting Legends 1 and 2?
And Tron. I don't know, what do you think? Do you think that's something that they are going to want to try to avoid that? Or is this is going to be the PS3 versions where they're fine and nobody talked about it?
I think it's really hard to say.
I mean, I know what you're saying.
I mean, the series, Legends 1, 2, and Tron Bonne are absolutely beloved by the people who have played them.
Right. Although I would not say, with all due respect, that they're more important than what he did. But I also don't think that they should necessarily say that, oh no, these shouldn't be released again, because we're running that with Sonic Adventure 2, because Hunted P did the Knuckles raps. He had something very similar that he was convicted of. So the question of, they re-released that game in 11 years, if that's the reason why. I don't think so. I think personally that, I hate to say this, I'm going to put this in, I'm not editing this out and saying this. I fear what he did is going to be illegal in the next decade. As horrible as that is. But I don't know, I don't think necessarily that should be a ground to say that no, this shouldn't get re-released. And all they need to do is come and say, look, this was not at the time, this was in that element, we're dealing with that way. I don't necessarily think that, I think people would get that, because hey, they didn't know, and he had not done, it was years later, specifically way after these games came out, so the question of, and I mean, we were talking about, off screen, we were talking about Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, the idea of some of the racial elements in that, they're never re-releasing that again for that very reason. But we're going to show it on the show anyway to put that into context, and same with this. But I don't think necessarily in either case they should say, no, don't re-release this. I think, I'm fine with it, but I do think it's probably something they probably would want to at least put something out to explain it. But people didn't play on the PS3 version, so maybe that's the idea.
Yeah. Now, there is one question I have never been able to find an answer to about the Sulphur Bottom. They only just found out about the keys?
Yes.
How come they have these 4 tanks that are already set up to hold the keys?
And you're thinking there's no... there's no explanation for this?
None whatsoever, as far as I know.
I don't know, maybe they heard the legends. Is that the idea? Because they're talking about the Mother Lode, because that's what we were chasing the last game.
Yes, but it's strongly implied that all legends about the Mother Lode said that the Mother Lode was on Forbidden Island.
Okay.
Not that you would find information to find the mother lode on Forbidden Island.
You don't think this ties in with anything that Juno was doing behind the scenes, perhaps, do you?
Unlikely.
Okay.
Juno was... Juno basically had one job.
Yeah, and he couldn't do it. So that's that idea. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there's an answer I could answer, I would love to put it here. Maybe have an edit saying like, "This is why." But
like, to me, it makes no sense why they would already have these 4 containers for the 4 keys set up when there was no conceivable way for them to have any clue about the existence of 4 specific keys. Before meeting Sarah.
Yeah, which is, I mean, yeah, that I don't know. So that's an interesting question to ask me in chat. If you have any ideas about why that might be, go ahead. As far as the other people, okay, fine, because Von Blucher, I'm getting the sense, you don't have to validate this necessarily right now, Nocturne. He knows something more than he's saying, so I don't know if maybe he knows something, but you're saying there's no explanation for that part. So who knows?
Yeah.
As far as who else we saw, let's go on that. Because okay, so we saw Yuna, you mentioned, who is voiced by Alison Lawrence. The only other credit I found for her was Horeen on the show The Lake, which is on Amazon specifically. There was Sarah, who's voiced by Dana Gensurek, who actually, this is her only voice performance, but the Japanese voice performance is Akiko Yajima, who is actually the voice of Gaspard in the Dot Hack GU games, as well as Maya Amano in Persona 2 Innocent Sin, the Japanese voice of Kohaku on Inuyasha, and also Annie Bars in Tales of Rebirth, the Japanese version of that specifically.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of those characters.
Even the Tales of Rebirth case?
I have no familiarity with Tales of Rebirth.
Okay. Did we get that game here?
I don't know. I really don't know, actually.
Okay. Alright, I'll go into some more stuff later, because unfortunately we got a lot. They give us... The problem, I guess, for the stuff with the voice performance stuff of this, they give us every character basically all at once, specifically. But we're all saying, like, hey, are we going to be ready to go for where we need to go? I'll see you there. Alright, so we got to go and get these keys that he somehow knew to have compartments to hold. Or prepared for reasons we don't know. So, what are we doing?
So, we are going to the Flutter.
Which is docked nicely, at least. And even, like, the way the mini-map looks, they kind of lay that out a little more detailed than before, which I think is kind of cool.
But before we go to the Flutter, we are going in here to the junk shop.
Mm-hmm. Looks a little like Bluto from Popeye. Oh right, you want that normal armor, don't you?
Yeah, although
you're close to the padded armor potentially.
Well, it's more considering where I'll be going next. It might actually be worth it to skip the normal armor and go straight to padded.
Okay.
I mean, the normal armor specifically only guards against knockdown.
Okay.
Which, while useful, I think I'll wait till I can get the padded armor.
Okay.
I'm actually currently looking at the, auto fire unit and the, yeah, just the auto fire unit, I think.
Alright. I guess this is gonna be a good place to get some money for the stuff that you were looking for.
Yeah, and, for items, this, oh wait, that's,
the long
I'm
barrel
going to get those two things. Okay.
So what about the long barrel and the bottle rocket?
Those are weapon parts.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what they create, but they are weapon parts.
Okay. I was gonna say, look into the bottle rocket, because I've been doing the practice with Gemini 96 for Earthbound. We're starting in a couple months. I'm thinking that's yeah, we want to hold on to every one of those we can. There are multiple items in that one, but so I said oh wait, okay, we're getting ready for that way. But all right. So she's picking up on the fact that we saw Yuna, I guess. Yes.
I think so.
All right.
Okay. Maybe look at that development. Long barrel.
Face the machine gun arm.
And then... Okay, tracking systems.
Okay, I like that they're giving a little bit of a hint, so... I mean, the last game, I guess, you basically just get everything, go to her, and it's like, mix this, we'll see what comes out. So I like that surprise, honestly, but in this case it is nice that they're giving that idea of, what do you look for.
Yeah, so, as far as sub-weapons go, as far as special weapons go, literally anything is better than the Aqua Blaster.
Do they give you that only for the opening of the game?
I might be wrong, but I think it is only used in the intro.
I'm surprised they give it to you as even an option if it's like, hey, just put fires out. Unless there's other areas we can run fire.
Alternatively, maybe as far as the rest of the game is concerned, it's just a placeholder.
Maybe. Maybe if you know specifically, that's fine.
But yeah, it might just be something more of a placeholder. Like there might be some kind of bug or something that comes up if you don't actually have a special weapon.
Perhaps. So I mean, fair enough, because I'm like, wait, you're saying it's totally useless unless it's in that opening we had. Or, I don't know, is it totally useless?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, because I was going to say, if it could even do, a tiny bit of damage, the Challenger would be running that the entire game, but you're saying, it probably didn't look like it was possible. Well, unless you can upgrade it. It's I don't know, how do you upgrade a fire extinguisher? When you're done with it, you should toss it.
There is literally nothing to upgrade.
Yeah, okay, so fine, there you go. You have infinite energy for your nice fire extinguisher, Aqua Blaster. But yeah, fine. It served its purpose, we showed it, and that's it, specifically. Yeah, in your case, you want that machine gun arm running.
Yeah. I'm probably only going to do one energy upgrade when I get the money for it.
Okay.
And that'll... maybe an attack upgrade. But this is not going to be used for very long. It's just so I have something to use.
Yeah. And that replaces the lifter? Okay.
Yeah, the lifter is equipped by... is always equipped.
Okay.
The lifter cannot be,
pulled off. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know what that does is we're seeing it before, you're able to pick things up, but it looked like there were parts, I know the tutorial goes into this game, where you pick up boxes. I don't know if they're going to ask you to do that in the game, or how that's going to work. So I guess it makes sense to have that as a context-sensitive button. And you always have it.
Okay, so... time to move.
Alright, let's get going. On to our next adventure. Alright, so the first key was over on... where did they say it was?
Manda Island.
Alright, let's get going.
Yep. We can't get to any of the other locations right now, so...
Alright. Alright, here we are. Alright, so basically just make her walk. Actually, no, just to go into this specifically. I know you said, hey, you don't like the orange backpack with him. Is that what that is?
Well, I mean, I call it a backpack because that's what it looks like.
Okay.
But it's the thing that's basically in the place, it's that orange thing.
Okay.
I don't really like it.
Okay. Because I was thinking, wait, is that something that is story reason, or is it holds them together? Oh, hey, look, Surbots again. Oh, you can kick their asses like the last game. Yes? But yeah. Isn't it like, wait, what are you doing here? Yeah, the Servots, by the way, again, are voiced by Elizabeth Hanna, as we'll see, who's the Triforce of Wisdom in the Legend of Zelda cartoon, Delia Dietz on the TV show of Beetlejuice, and going back to Little Bear, the voice of Hen. And actually also did a lot of uncredited voices in a game I know, Nocturne, you like a lot, Starlink Battle for Atlas from Ubisoft. I tried to dig into, like, what were those voices, but unfortunately I came up empty. It's like when we were talking about, Lady Minella, when we did one of the Shadow Hearts parts, is that she's in God of War Ragnarok in the Crusader 64 and Surrender Eternal. It's like, oh my god, we love that game. Who was she? She's like, various voices. Like, oh come on, like we want to find out who it is.
And this is the first instance of an optional dungeon.
Okay. I'm gonna assume we're probably gonna go through all the optional dungeons and read about that.
Yep.
Okay.
One of them is even commonly used for grinding money.
Okay, so that's going to be your, I guess, your off-screen destination for getting all the money you need.
Yep.
All right.
One of them.
Okay, so there's a lot.
I mean, I'll kind of mix. Like, in order to just avoid going insane from the repetition.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably, I'll probably end up, I'll probably end up, sorry.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of distracted too, only because of the fact that, hey, you killed them, but that energy bolt is still going and it didn't go away. So you're basically going to vary areas up, pretty much.
Yeah, just so I don't get bored.
Okay. Actually, I like for saying, honestly, this is the best area of the game. I don't know, what do you think of that? I guess, I don't know, the dungeon or the entirety of this island? I mean, it looks nice as far as, you know, like, the kind of grassy area. But yeah, they have the shields again. And they do reflect, which I don't think, they didn't reflect in the last game, did they?
Not like that.
I think that's a cool effect, the idea of what that's all about. So he's taking a lot of damage. Actually, honestly, the design of him, it almost looks like... I think it's kind of fitting the dark thing again we're talking about. But it almost looks like, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Shikan the Forever Man. It was a game on the Sega Genesis. It's supposed to be insanely hard, and also apparently not that great. I always heard the name, I was like, what is this Shikan game specifically? Specifically, he's talking about Manda Island as a whole. Yeah, what do you think to that? Or, well, I mean, just let us know whenever you get to your favorite area in Nocturne, we can go into that too.
I don't know. My favorite, well, mainly because of the ruins, but my favorite island is Nino Island.
Okay.
I don't particularly like much else about Nino Island, but the ruins are probably my favorite, followed by Salcata.
Okay, awesome. I look forward to seeing them when we get there. Oh shit, if the box comes to life that way. I mean, the last game they just shot out the bombs, there was a fake box, and like now it grew legs and started running. Okay,
Yep.
So alright, that's kind of a, okay, that's more of a surprise thing, I guess the fact that they blow up so massively when you kill them, damn. So I see what you're saying when you said, hey, in some ways other than others, for, you know, the potential, I guess, horror or surprise element of this one compared to the first one. Actually, in some ways, I think if you're going to think about this, maybe this is where ElecVerse is getting to. If this is hitting on the cylinders of what we're saying that Legends 1 did well, that would be interesting to see in this one. Although, and I'm getting that from what I'm seeing of this area, too. It's just the fun, I guess, of just going through the ruins, finding stuff, you know?
Yeah. I mean, these aren't bad ruins. Oh, there's a lump right there.
Awesome,
4K.
perfect. So yeah, you're in good shape right there. Oh yeah, look at that. So yeah, you're getting close to being able to afford what you need.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to just run out and and get all the upgrades or even the armor just yet. Because, like, it's, I forgot what I was going to say.
Was there a hole in the wall, by the way, back there?
I don't think that was a hole.
Okay, does this game have holes in the wall again?
I don't remember. Oh, wait, that was a hole.
Oh, damn, wow.
That
okay,
was
so
a
that
hole.
answers my question. Yes, it does, and damn, you look at that. You
Oh, I forgot. Legends 2 even models them into the wall.
Oh, okay. Which is something the Misadventures of Tronbon also does, and we'll see that when we get to that one. Honestly, actually, this goes, I guess, to what he's saying, which is that I feel the game starts off well, kind of nosedives, and doesn't pick up till the end of the game the way that Kingdom Hearts 3 did. I don't know, you want to take that? What are you thinking? Because I haven't beaten Kingdom Hearts 3 either, so I don't know. Although for our eventual play of that in, I don't know, 2036, maybe, by the time we get through all the other ones, I did buy the DLC of Remind because they finally put it on sale for Xbox One, and I got the one with the concert footage because they cut the price, I think, to like $20. So I was like, okay, fine, so we all set and get to that point. But I don't know, what do you think as far as what he's saying? Is this like a consistency of that, or is like, what do you think on that? Of what you can say so far?
I don't know. I like a lot of the areas in the game. Personally, I think it's just that it doesn't, just in general, doesn't quite have the spark that Legends one did.
I mean, maybe it's a different spark. So, I mean, maybe that's also the question of, and we've sometimes said this when it comes to sequels to things, the idea that, hey, an earlier game does something better because of maybe how it focuses itself compared to a sequel. Maybe the thought that all say, okay, maybe it's the idea that sometimes we've said this, we brought this up when it comes to, like, some of the Tales of games. You're saying, like, you like some of the later ones more because they enhance stuff with the expectation that, yeah, they would enhance stuff. But then also the thought that with that franchise or this or the other, really, the Kingdom Hearts, for example, is what Lex was saying. Fine, they're the Miramichi, but you're right, they look more less threatening as far as the color. They pop out more, so you can kind of tell where they are. But then again, I get what you're saying to that. But just the thought, like, hey, you know,
But like, you see how comical those frogs look.
I mean, the frogs I might get it to a degree. But then maybe the thought, like, maybe they should be darker as far as like the green.
Yeah, like
maybe
their color scheme is just too bright.
I mean, it pops nicely, but then the question of, hey, atmosphere, right? Because we always talk about, actually, Dollar Finn's come up with this a lot, the idea of what color looks, and it looks appealing in one way. I think it looks appealing visually, but then the question also of what that goes as far as an atmosphere. Yeah. Honestly, to me, I think it would get dull if it wasn't for this thing with the keys. So in his case, he's saying that, hey, the idea of the key collection is what kind of holds the game together. I guess the thought, like, is this overarching thing that you have to do. I said, I don't know completely because I haven't played this game massively myself. So it is interesting being on the end of that, specifically with people who know the game really well and what that, back and forth is for just kind of coming up with all this. Ah, damn.
This is not bad money for this part.
Oh no, actually you're getting tons, actually, given how early it is. And given that some of the upgrades go to massive amounts, as you were mentioning, I think.
Yeah.
And one thing else. Oh, I was like, wait, the shield, I guess, is all-encompassing, sort of, kind of.
Except from the back.
Okay. Because what I was going to say also is that one thing I'm loving about this thing is that lock-on. I think that's great. And the dual analog control. That's awesome. So I will say one thing, going back to what we were saying about why they went for Battle Network first, as far as games not aging well, I don't know. I think this one has aged pretty well. And that was a time in 2000 where we didn't... I mean, this is before something like Halo came out. This is before a lot of first-person shooters were doing a dual analog control method. The only one that was doing it was, I don't know if you played this, Alien Resurrection, which was on the PlayStation, which had a similar control scheme. But for something as early of a dual analog control method on a console like this game feels surprisingly smooth and surprisingly responsive. When in the thought of like me thinking like, oh, it feels stiff, or feel like, hey, there's some growing pains to go before big cases of advancement, but I don't feel that. I don't know, Nocturne, what you think on that? Because that's the thing I love, just the control enhancements. They're fantastic. Oh shit, you're on fire. Actually, can you dive to put the fire out?
I don't remember.
You can still do the dive when you're doing that, right?
What?
Like the slide to the side, or like the dive roll, whatever that is. Oh, there you go. So yeah, you can do that. Because I don't know if it's a case like, hey, as you move like that, it will put it out like doing a dive, but I'm not sure. If you do see stop, drop, and roll when you're on fire, it's got a bomb schematic. Well, that, or also, like, I always think of Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy from Saturday Night Live. There's a calendar of that going back in the 90s where he says, if you ever catch on fire, try to avoid looking in the mirror because I bet that's just going to really throw you into a panic. It's all these weird things. Of course, on the show, as with the Muramiji coming from the ceiling, it was the late great Phil Hartman who was doing the voice of Jack Handy. And we'll show him on the show eventually because I do want to show Blaster on the PlayStation for that reason specifically, because he is so funny. Specifically, just in general, of stuff he did with The Simpsons and other stuff. Oh, damn. Wait, that came out of the box?
Yeah.
Okay, so they still do that, and it looked like... It looked like it was almost seeking on you, shit. Okay, here's a thought. I don't know, what do you think of this? Given the tone of the boss designs and everything here, to me it feels like this is supposed to be maybe a Mega Man X game. What do you think of that?
In some ways I can see that.
Okay.
I cannot get through here for a while.
Okay. Here's a question. Do you think this would have been a better case if it... Well, fine. More Legends, yes, for one to have it this way. But do you think maybe this could have worked as far as, like, the first 3D Mega Man X game as opposed to X7?
I would agree with that sentiment. Like, outside of the colors of the Reaver bots, and, like, outside of the colors and general design, some of the Reaver bots would fit, basically, if they just weren't so brightly colored.
And that's an interesting thing about Mega Man X, because Mega Man X, it's kind of an in-between, I guess, between Mega Man Classic and Fine itself, because, yeah, it's not as playful and cartoony the way the classic stuff is, but it's also something that it got a little harder edge, but you also can still say, like, hey, there's still some, like, animal stuff there. I'm thinking something like Toxic Seahorse, an example from Mega Man X3, for, like, a design similarity for, like, the frogs here, maybe an example of that. So you can kind of see a little bit of that, although I know with X, they then went a little darker, and then when Zero came in, it's like, yeah, fine, let's go all the way the other way.
And the Zero series, and ZX as well, actually have Reaperbot eyes in some of the scenery design.
So it works the other way around, too, potentially. The thought that, not that they were necessarily going to go 2D with Legends.
Kind of how those are, just right there in the wall.
Yeah, I like that look there.
You see that also in some stages of the Zero series, and I think they might also pop up in the ZX series.
Okay. In my case, my experience with the Zero games is the first one. I have the collection that has them all, and then also ZX, as far as the ones I played before that collection came out. The Zero ZX collection, which has every one of them. And that would be how we'd be showing off ZX and ZX7, because otherwise, like, I'd have to get the 3DS and the DS or the 3DS modded for that. Eventually, I'll figure that eventually, but for something more quick that way, we could do it the other way. Well, actually, the Crusader 64 also might have a potential hookup, potentially, for some of that. Because he's been going into emulation elements to some degrees. Like, if we have to do it that way, we have to do it that way, but... And we're seeing him again.
Yep.
Okay, I want to ask you this question, which is this a game... I'm not going to say, yes, I think this is it or not, or, like, I have a problem with this. Is this a case where this game is reusing the Reaper bots more than before with the first one, or it's like, hey, there's a reason for that?
They do get reused somewhat.
Okay. I mean, not like they didn't necessarily get reused before, but even like some of the big ones, I'm not sure how often we saw them with the first game necessarily. It's even like something we're seeing a lot with this one. I just know it's like, hey, we're seeing this one again.
Yeah, I do know that some of the bosses do get reused.
Okay.
And there are also main dungeon boss refights, as I recall, in the final area.
Maybe that goes with what ElecVerse is saying. Maybe that was the thought, because hey, Mega Man X does that. This game, until this, doesn't. I mean, the first one didn't do something like that, really, that I'm aware of.
Like, or at least as I recall, they do reappear in the final, the final dungeon.
Hey, we will see for sure, because we're going the whole way on this one. Yeah, that is an interesting thing to think about, because we've always talked about this. We've always talked about what's the dichotomy of all of the separate side elements of Mega Man itself, Classic X, Zero ZX, Bound Over Star Force Legends, and if I've missed one. But it's kind of interesting, I guess, looking at that, because it seems like in this era, as I mentioned, a lot of them were kind of going in line with each other, sort of, and the thought that, hey, there was sort of a little bit of connective tissue for what that was looking like. And how much it was like an in-reference, how much it was something that, hey, they're borrowing from one idea, maybe they had some ideas that were kicking around. Especially we got that more in 2003 when you had like a bunch of games in the series getting new versions.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, he's going away. Yeah, I mean, I get that as well, because, I mean, even more maybe than the first one, this does seem like there's more, I don't know if I'd say necessarily there's more action to what I'm seeing in this, but it just seemed like maybe the pace is faster, even though it is still an exploratory game the way the original was. This is more just a me, kind of a, I'll tell you above anything else, is kind of make a sort of first impressions on my own case of what I've seen, or what I'm seeing so far of this, especially now, when this is forward to me. For this part of the game, at least, is.
Like, but yeah, like those frog enemies, they feel like they would belong more in an X or classic game.
Also, other question, which is, also I know I'm only questioning this now, but why is Clyde out of jail? Doesn't he work for? Oh, that's going into the next
Glide.
game. Oh, Glide. Oh, he said Glide. He made him Glide. Is that the idea?
Yeah. The guy's name is actually Glide.
Fine. He said Clyde as far as the spelling of that, so that's fine. But fine, Glide. Because didn't he work for Loth, who was in the last game? Or he's in
Misadventures.
He's in Trombine. Well, fine. Technically, it is the last game as far as release order. But fine, in the Misadventures of Tron, which we'll play eventually. We haven't seen Glide yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We have. Wait, he's been in some cutscenes.
Okay, good. Right. I can talk about the voice performer.
I screwed up there.
I'm glad though, because like it means like I get to talk about the voice performer for him. It was Toby Proctor. Fine. We talked about the fact that the voice of Lita from Sailor Moon is in this game. He's the voice of Tuxedo Mask and Darian Sands actually in the. Dub. Oh, we have a voice cutscene.
Sorry. Set up, right? Yes, Miss Tron. Let's see. The voice synthesizer is all set. Okay, begin Mega Man Special Plan 3. Do you think it will work? Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But that doesn't mean we won't try. Yes, Miss Tron. All right then. Let's have some fun with Mega Man. Long time no see, Mega Man. I had a feeling I might run into you here. You're looking as good as ever. Well, as good as you can, considering how that good-for-nothing blonde treats you. What you mean? When I ran into Miss Blondie, she told me all sorts of things. Like how she's glad she doesn't have to go out on digs with you. Do you think that's fair? She gets to relax while you run around getting shot at. Don't you think that's a little strange?
Well,
Wait, there's more. Haven't you ever noticed that she's keeping some of the money you give her for weapons development for herself? She's skimming off the top, and you don't even realize it.
What? Skimming?
She makes you all sorts of equipment and weapons, right? Do you really think it costs that much? You really are sick, aren't you? She was showing off how much money she saved by stealing from you.
Roll would never say those kinds of things.
How can you be so sure? You can't judge a book by its cover. She might look sweet and innocent, but how do you know what she's really like? Looks like it's working. Who'd have thought?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't find out about that, Mega Man.
What? Roll?
But I guess it's too late to try to hide it now that Tron's told you. Don't worry about me. You don't need to come back. You could team up with Tron.
Roll?
What? I don't want him either. Well, maybe. If he gets on his hands and knees and begs me, I might consider it. You really don't care if I have him? Me? No, not at all.
But...
Right. Just wait till I get through with him.
Yeah, I think we want to kick her ass after what just happened there. Yeah, so, Tron wants to fuck him, let's just say it. That's what's going on, clearly, because she's saying that, yeah, she's spreading these horrible rumors about, him and, Roll, which hits personally the palm, I'm gonna say that right now. But, that being said, the idea is, like, yeah, she's even using her tech to do it as you're gonna destroy her robot specifically for this. And actually, I'll go into what I'm saying in a second. I was kind of surprised to seeing that cutscene that's like, yeah, what Tron's really doing. She clearly has the hots for him, and she's clearly like, fine, I'm going to drive a wedge between him and Roll to get it. Which goes with the first game, so it's consistent, but it's kind of surprising that, yeah, she'd go that degree. He almost got it. I think this is the same boss as on the demo, yes?
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna assume there's a voice cutscene at this, alright?
Probably.
Alright, we'll, yeah, sorry for the lack of warning. We'll be back.
Mega Man!
Huh? Roll? Is that you?
Finally! I don't know what happened, but your transmission suddenly got cut off. Huh? What is it, Mega Man?
Nothing, Roll. I knew you'd never say things like that.
Say things like what? Are you okay, Mega Man? You didn't get hit in the head or anything, did you? Guess what's for dinner, Mega Man? It's your favorite, pizza.
Really? It's been a while since we had that.
Uh-huh. I even managed to find some pepperoni.
Can't have a pizza without pepperoni.
Okay. Right. It was a good idea, but it looks like their faith in each other can't be broken.
Look at him. Talking with her like they don't have a care in the world. Made a fool of me again. You little... You...
What is it, Mega Man?
Oh, nothing.
Let's go. What's the matter, Miss Tron? I said let's get out of here.
Alright, and we're back. So yeah, we did take care of that. Yeah, we did realize that it was a lie as far as what Tron was doing to us. And Tron rightly was sent off crying as she fucking deserved after what she said. That being said, she is voiced by, and I'll go into ElecVerse, I'll go and just say in just a second. Tron is voiced same as last game by Carolee Larson, who was actually the voice of Data in last game, not this time. As well as Shelly Frank on Monster Force, the computer on Avengers United The Stand, and currently the voices of Anita, Coletta, and Rosie on this kids show called Carl's Car Wash. If you ever see that, yeah, same voice. Before, who was Glide, before Toby before he was replaced by Vince Carrazza, probably spelled that wrong though, you're going to play, Jeshin, or was it from Kingdom Hearts, Nocturne, you saying?
That's Zexion.
Zexion.
Or, one of the nobodies in Organization 13.
Right, we'll get into that when we get to Kingdom Hearts 2. Is it going to be Chain Memories?
He shows up in Chain of Memories and as an extra boss fight in the final mix version of 2.
Okay, yeah, because Chain of Memories is the one we're doing next, and everybody's saying like, yeah, have fun with that. I don't want to fucking touch that. So like, I'm doing that myself. I guess that way. So either way, it's like I just want to get a sense of that because I know the name. I've heard it sort of. Also, the guy with the silver hair holding a book. Oh, so that's who Zexion is. Okay, right. Okay. Also, I never understood why the fans are shipping Tron and Volnut because of that cutscene you just saw. That's clearly why. I get that 100%. But then again, the fact that, well, because we saw in the last game, Tron. As I said, that was not me being flippant when I said that Tron has a desire for Volnuts. Not least of which because of what happened at the end of the last game, but also we're saying like, hey, I feel this thing for her. But also the fact that she was basically willing to dig into Mega Man that way and basically pretty much tear away or put a wedge between him and Roll specifically. That's why. So the game is giving full reason for that. But then again, after looking at that. Me personally, that is making me not like Tron as a character, although that's the idea. She's supposed to be a villain, so that is a low specifically, and I said that is a personal element of me, and I think there's some people in this room that maybe know what I'm talking about with that. Mm-hmm. That being said, yeah, where are we going next?
Yeah, next, we are headed over to, I forget whether, I think this is actually a little school type thing.
Okay. I do like the music here, for sure.
Okay, maybe it's not... Maybe we don't go here next.
Okay. Then again, it's not as weird in Roll and Volnut as far as what, a relationship with them?
Oh.
I get that one. I don't know if they'd say that's a weird one.
Yeah, he's probably getting more at the fact that Roll and Trigger are treated as siblings.
Oh, right, fair enough. Oh wait, are they actually considered that way?
They
in this one?
They're basic. Roll and Trigger are basically raised as siblings.
But are they actually?
They are not actually siblings.
Because they are in. Aren't they with the classic series in Mega Man and Roll? Are they siblings technically in that one or not?
Mega Man and Roll are sibling robots.
Okay, in that
sort
one.
of.
Okay, in that one, yes.
But in Classic, but in Legends, it's more like Trigger has his origins in the distant past.
Sure.
I can't go into more detail without spoiling later stuff in the game.
Okay, I mean we have that sort of from what we saw at the end of the last game, so that makes sense.
But I mean I can't go into specifics.
Right, or as you said, aren't they siblings kind of? So that is how they're siblings kind of, but not really.
But they were raised as siblings.
So basically, it's the Japanese trope of hey, they might have this element, but they're not related by blood, so that makes it okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, I get it a little bit. I mean, I guess above anything else, it shows that connection. Even what Tron was saying, listen to them talking like they don't have a care in the world. So the idea that there is the tightness, and we saw it in the last game as well when we went down to one of the ruins. Where he's like, hey, I'm gonna make your favorite. Why don't you come back for this? Like, I remember one of the first times we went on a spot together, or I was like spotting for you. So they go back a ways.
There he
right back.
goes. Do you really think that there's a key here, Bola? Bola? Huh? Hey, Bola, where are you?
Huh? Did you say something, Klaymoor?
Did you say something, Klaymoor? Get with it, Bola. We might be the ones to find the mother lode. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No, not at all. Why should I care? I've got enough money to keep me living a good life for a long time. I want out of this game. Get it, Klaymoor?
Come on, Bola, don't say that. I've dreamed of finding the mother lode for years. Help me out, huh? I'll let you take care of that blue kid. I'm going to check out another island.
All right. Wouldn't want to get in the way of you and your treasure.
Wow, it looks like no one's ever been in here before. Isn't it exciting, Mega Man? You're the first digger to see this ruin.
Indeed we are, and that was Bola and Klaymoor, as ElecVerse saying that...
two of the best characters in the game.
You agree. Okay, so that's what you said. My two favorite characters in the game remind me of it reminds me of the tone that Legends 1 had.
Yeah.
Okay, and as you said, Doctor off screen, what'd you say?
I also kind of like how they give me Bit and Byte vibes from Mega Man X3.
Yeah, a little, as far as the design. I get that for sure. Yeah, let's go voice acting then with them. Klaymoor's voiced by Paul Miller, who was Dr. Harris in the movie Bait, which actually came out the same year as this did, as well as Tom Tingle in the Hallmark series called Good Witch, and also he has actually done Shakespeare stuff before. There was a TV film of Romeo and Juliet from 1993. It had Colm Feore as Mercutio, but he played Benvolio actually in that. So yeah, Paul Miller, the voice of Klaymoor, has done Shakespeare. And Bola is voiced by Kent Sheridan, who is the voice of Bill Barker on the series Rescue Heroes. He was the National Security Council in the 2016 Suicide Squad movie. I don't remember who he is, and I hate that movie, so whatever. And he was also Jim Callahan in, we're talking about Hallmark Christmas movies, in A Tiny Home Christmas, and Christian Carlson in A Christmas Masquerade. So yeah, Hallmark Christmas movies, if you love your Hallmark Christmas movies, there may be some voice performances from Mega Man Legends 1 and or 2 in them. So there you go. In terms of cutscene boss-wise, though, they're pathetic. I mean, but then again, you're right. It seems like they might be, I don't know if I'm going on the right track of this. You're saying Bit and Byte. Maybe the thought that, hey, they have this dynamic of being able to do something, but they'll never be able to do it. Because, yeah, they're up against Mega Man. So how are they going to survive against that? As much as they try, like, yeah, they're going to be taken down. Especially with you running Mega Man this way. But I do like, as far as what it was kind of interesting seeing what they were. We did see Klaymoor earlier, a little. But
yeah,
he
was in a disguise at the time.
Yeah, because, like, I didn't know who that was, and I think this is the first time they tell us who he actually is. Ooh. Yes, we're going down, I guess, what, the Jungle Tunnel or something? Or the Jungle Ruins Tunnel.
Yeah, this is the Manda Ruins.
Okay, also, apparently, they're brothers, is that right?
Huh?
Apparently he's saying that Klaymoor and...
sounds right.
Okay, he says he thinks that's a cool idea. I mean, it is, I guess, a cool idea, the idea of a brotherly relationship, which, I guess out of Mega Man... Okay, fine, we sort of have that a little with some other aspects of Mega Man overall. A little. I mean, I guess sort of with Zero and X.
Oh.
Kinda.
Wait.
As the frogs are kind of getting in the way.
I kind of hate the frogs.
In this game, or just in general in games?
In this game.
Okay.
Also, I really hate the fact that...
okay, you can get...
Sometimes if the refractors land high enough on that slope, you can't get them.
Okay, actually, ElecVerse does have a link specifically, I guess, explaining that. Thank you. That will go on the link list about Klaymoor. So yeah, everything you want to know about Klaymoor but afraid to ask will be in that link below when we edit, or now if you're watching it. So either way, that is great. Thank you so much, ElecVerse, for providing that. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see more of them, and I guess see more of what the characters are. So I guess in some ways, I guess I like the idea that I guess it's more of a cast in this one, more things to keep track of character-wise, yes, but also the idea of, okay, how are they working in this plot? It seems like they're definitely going a little more, I guess a little more, I don't think labyrinthian is the right word, I guess they're kind of increasing the scope. Am I right about that?
The scale of the dungeon areas, of the ruins, is definitely larger.
Okay, is this the voice cutscene?
Yes.
Hi there.
I'll be back.
What's up? You're that digger called Mega Man, aren't you? Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Boy, you're younger than they said you were. Now get me straight. I ain't got nothing against you personally, but my partner wants to get his hands on the mother load, see? I haven't done this for a while. Hope I'm not too rusty.
Alright, so here's Bola again. Yeah, he's throwing off the frogs you hate so much. So, what are we gonna do to take this guy down?
Well, first I'm gonna heal.
Okay.
I hate these frogs.
So, exterminate them with extreme presence.
Yeah, well, the reason I hate them is because they can effectively attack you so rapidly that they can effectively attack you so rapidly that that they just stun lock you and suddenly you're down like most of your HP.
I'm gonna assume you can't kill that last one.
I don't know what's going on right now because I don't recall being unable to kill the thing. I don't recall ever being unable to kill all those frogs.
Oh really? So it is by design.
I don't recall. No, I mean, I said the exact opposite of what I meant. I don't recall ever not being able to kill all those frogs.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, and when you do get a game over, it is like the last one, you do have to go back to the last save point, but it wasn't that far, I don't think, was it? Was it in the room before we went to them, or like right outside the ruins?
It was outside the ruins.
Okay. But it didn't seem like it was a long ruins, if anything else.
No, but it's still more work than I'd like to deal with.
Alright. And since you saw the cutscene again already, we're, I guess, either gonna skip it or we'll talk over it.
I'm gonna skip.
Yeah, so they're like, ElecVerse is feeling, I think, for you specifically, saying, like, fuck, man.
Like, it wasn't even Bola. It was the fucking frogs.
I know, there you go. There you go.
Like, Bola himself is a pushover.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so what are we doing? We're going back to the surface.
I'm going back to the sulfur bottom and getting the armor.
Smart idea, then. Okay, so that's probably the reason why you want to get it, I guess, right? So if nothing else, it's showing off what that is, and as we mentioned, showing the struggle, so you don't get in a case of saying like, hey, I feel like there's a bad case of like a failure that way. It's like, if you're showing a struggle, you're showing a struggle, but I don't know if this is a case where, when you first played this, was this an area where you had trouble, necessarily, if you remember?
Not typically with Bola's boss fights.
Okay.
I mean, early on, yeah, when I was still learning, I would, sometimes die to him.
Mm-hmm.
But, but he is not intended to be a tough boss fight.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed like you're pretty close anyway.
Well, no, I wasn't anywhere close to beating him.
Even that bar, because he's second form? His bar was pretty low. He was less than over halfway.
Yeah, but with that frog, that frog was going to kill me before. There was no way I would have been able to beat him before the frog killed me.
Okay.
That's why I say it wasn't even close.
Okay. But I didn't know if by that you meant he had a second form.
No second form. It's just those frogs, like, kept chain attacking me, and Like, you saw the opening move. They just bodied me, and I had to use my my energy canteen in the first moments of the battle.
Does it happen more in this game, you thinking?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I also think I'm going to get another couple of extra packs. Parts.
But definitely get the padded armor.
Padded armor, normal armor. Item. This becomes important later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's also like for saying good luck.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've beaten this game at least a couple times before.
No, I get that.
It's just I hate those frogs.
Okay. Yeah, speaking of which, like you're saying, good luck with the final boss of this area. I don't know, is that going to be a stumbling block potentially? Just as far as like it being difficult. Not for you, I'm just saying in general.
I mean, the final boss of this area is like, it's a decent boss.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, good shape. Actually, when you buy the pack, it does recover your gauges.
So, yeah. I believe so.
I was like, yeah, probably gonna check that.
Actually, I'm going into buster parts. Let's see, that's attack, energy, and rapid range +2. Let's go with auto fire.
Okay.
Body parts.
Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, perfect. Alright, so yeah, we're ready
plus
this time.
That was a game over.
Right.
So it reverted to the save data from before that fight.
And you had not used the
right, I still had a full
awesome.
So
yeah, we'll see if we can give that to you eventually. Right, I think we're ready this time.
Now, I kind of blew through all my money, but
I think it seems like it's worth it just to be able to be in a better case, especially because, hey, if you're going to cut damage, you may as well do that.
No, I'll save when I get back to the ruins.
Yeah, may as well. Not that although, one thing I will say, just looking at this, it doesn't seem to me that even whenever you get a game over in this, it doesn't seem like, unless you didn't save for a while, that you necessarily have to trek back super far. Because even where the save was outside of the ruins, even then it was not too long to get to where you need to go. So if nothing else, it does seem that it's going to be giving you enough opportunity to save, number one. Number two, not making the tree trace too much when you are good with saving. Actually, yeah, we haven't shown this yet, have we?
I keep forgetting about it.
No, I get that. But also that, which you were showing me on the test play, which is that you have a different jump when you're doing the dash boots or the jet skis.
Yep.
It looks cool, honestly, as far as what that is.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
It almost looks like something out of Jet Set Radio a little bit when he does the jump. Like, nice! Or something like that out of that game. Honestly, Bola and Klaymoor deserve more, seriously. I don't think Glide should... Glide has no reason to be here.
Yeah,
What do you
Glide
think?
has no reason to... I feel like they could have done more with just Bola and Klaymoor than they
end up doing.
Than they end up doing with Bola, Klaymoor, and Glide.
Okay, because Glide is in Misadventures of Tronbon,
Yeah,
but I don't know
like-
if he has a lot in that one. Well, I'll know when we play it, still.
But I feel like they really should have done more with Bola and Klaymoor instead of shoehorning Glide into things.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because the Misadventures of Tronbon and this were in development at the same time, so they figured, hey, time in.
I don't know.
I mean, that would make sense to me as far as what the idea is. Is that I don't know necessarily to that because I didn't complete the Misadventures of Tronbon. In fact, No, Glide is the beginning of the game. I was gonna say I didn't get far enough to see him. It's like, no, yes you do. He's at the beginning of the game. At least I think he's at the beginning of the game. He's the guy who's attacking Teasel in the ruins, yes?
I believe so. That sounds right.
Okay.
Now to remap this place.
Something that looks like a control panel inside that room. Can you see it?
Actually, wait, did she say that when we were here before?
I think she did.
Okay. Of course, we need our security elements, but we'll come back to that later. Actually, just to go into this, I do like that you and ElecVerse are going into this deeply on this one. It's kind of fascinating in my case, because I said I haven't played this game that much, so seeing you and him being able to go into the discussion that way of this game, what you're thinking about it, certain ideas where you're overlapping or not.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of nice to see it, and the idea of what our show is all about, the discussion, you know?
Yep.
Also, he does have one other thing. By the time the train boss fight comes in, they walk away and it's completely forgotten. Which just made me go, what? Same with Glide, but at least he was part of what was going on there. Is that we'll see that, I guess, when we get along. Although, it's funny, it's not spoiling necessarily to me, it's just like, okay, what's going on here? We'll see what happens there. Because for all I know, it could be something else weird. In fact, I think Nikki said that when we did one of the Freddy Fish games, like, Putt-Butt goes to the moon, he's like, spoilers. I was like, no, we just know he went there. We don't know necessarily what he did. You could have just said, fine, I went and had a good time. We don't know the story context of what Putt-Putt did over there. At some point, I guess we'll get to those. That's going to be Nikki's element, because she's the Humongous Entertainment fan. Like you are with Mega Man Legends and Mega Man Anything, she is the resource on that one. And I've loved that as well, with all the guests we've had on the show, how they become resources for certain franchises and or companies that they really like. It makes it interesting for me to come in, especially when I've not been exposed to some of this stuff as well.
Alright, we're back at the Bola fight.
Alright, I think you're ready this time. I don't think this is going to be a problem. So yeah, at this point, we'll be all set. We'll be able to enjoy Bola's element and just take down what's going on. Yeah, because they dropped them in. Okay, so what happens, they dropped them in, but I don't think they went into a random area. It's just that they... What? They just cornered it.
Yeah.
If nothing else, for that reason, we'd be fascinated just to look back on the playback on this, just to get a sense of what that was looking like. But yeah, alright, fine, you can kill them all. So it's not like, oh no, you couldn't. So basically at that point, yeah, just then take a shot off to him. And I do like the touch that we saw last time we fought him, which is when you shoot the knives, they get knocked away. So like, yeah, it's talking about bringing knife to a gunfight. It's like, yeah, the knife's not winning, even though he's throwing him out. Yeah, because look at that. You're just decimating. Back.
You're tougher than you look, little man. I must be getting old. I'll be back once I catch my second wind. Try not to get killed before then, alright? See ya.
And we're back, so, yeah, let's do it! Yeah, we definitely did do it, and as you said off-screen...
Yeah, it went from getting owned by Frog Reaver bots to, no damaging Bola in the very next round.
There you go. I mean, sometimes that can be it, because I've told you before, like, hey, when something goes off in a game, the idea of when you get that next shot, and you totally decimated, like, yeah, you feel great at that point. We're seeing the, I don't know, security cameras?
No, those things...
I don't know what those things are.
Those things will... I don't think it's right away, but they will eventually start, spitting bombs when I go past them.
Okay. Also, is that like a rock formation you're supposed to bust or can bust at some point?
I think it might be.
Okay. Also, like you're saying this, which is that apparently, I don't like how quiet Mega Man is. I guess, what, he's not talking much when you're running around? Is that the idea? Compared to the first one?
I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, feel free to elaborate on that and go into that specifically. I mean, I don't know, maybe because he was just looking at, as we saw there with Bola, and, like, I don't know, he just didn't say anything. Although I don't know, maybe necessarily if, like, Mega Man's feeling overwhelmed on this is that, you know, like the medieval traps there, like, Jesus, okay. Yeah, we definitely go into that as well. Yeah, but we want to avoid those things. Oh, fine. Or do what you did in the last game as well. Knock them off, or knock them in the back, and then get the money.
Yeah. They're pretty harmless when you're up on a ledge.
Yeah, can't get me from here. It's like, yeah, they can't climb up the couple inches, so that's fine. Like, it was not in their programming or in their design or whatever it is for we're gonna get as far as an elaboration on the Reaver bots. Okay, fine. I guess besides rolling the bonds, Mega Man doesn't speak that much. I guess outside the cutscenes, maybe.
Right. Can you see it? It looks like there's a door over there you can use to get into the next area.
Alrighty.
But how are you supposed to get over there?
There's the door locks. Alright.
Looks like the door on the floor below that was locked is open. Check it out, Mega
Hey, wait a second there. It looked like you were walking on air. Very briefly. I'll look back at what that looked like. Okay, fine. What he's saying then is, besides rolling the bonds, Mega Man doesn't speak unless you're on Nino Islands. I don't know, in the cutscenes, is that what he's talking about?
I'm not completely sure.
We'll see as we go along, and then I'll hold that question as far as we can go a bit more. Is it any question or any discussion point that he has is mainly knocking on you. It looks like we have, like, whatever, the tribal, like, leader bots here, a little bit, which just fit for the area. So, actually, I get where ElecVerse comes from, saying that he likes the look of this area, or this area overall. Does feel nicely lived in a little bit, like, hey, there's some kind of mysterious, I guess, background to what we're seeing here. Oh, yeah, we get to use the lifter for the reason that, they want you to have it, and have it on board all the time.
Oh, right, I forgot. I'm pretty sure these guys can be lifted as well.
Oh, can they? Oh yeah, there you go. That's one way to take care of them. Okay, that makes it way easier. You just pick them up, and I don't know, you get poisoned?
I think it's technically more of an acid status effect.
It doesn't look like he's doing much to him, though.
I think it might actually just increase the damage he takes.
Okay. It's a nice effect, though. I like seeing it. It's like, yeah, it's like he got something on him.
I'm actually not completely sure what that status does.
There'll be an edit down here explaining what it does.
Okay.
And also, when you can do the thing with the lifter, I do know this from what I've played, is that you get the little grabby hand over in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, which I do like that touch. You're like, hey, instead of like, you can grab now, it's like it's just that grabby animation. It just looks kind of cool. Oh, item data. So, what is that? So they put more stuff on the map for this? Is that what this is about?
So, if well, I can't really...
Oh, there's something.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll show items. I've been collecting everything as I go, so...
But also, I've been seeing it on the mini-map, too, so I was like, hey, is that doing something different for getting the activation of that switch? And you can turn off the mini-map, but why would you do that?
Pretty much.
I mean, challenge run, I guess, that would probably be the reason. Actually, I am liking this area. It actually kind of reminds me a little bit of Woodfall Temple from Majora's Mask, which is fitting because it came out, what? It was like 6 days after this. Oh no, fine. 2 days after this. Yeah, because 2 days after this, the PlayStation 2 came out, and so did Majora's Mask. Let's see what's in their treasure chest here. Blue card key. Alright. We'll be right back.
I'm back. Miss me? Ready for round 2?
Alright, so, are you ready for round 2? Yeah, I think so. So what is he doing here?
Because of these things, he's a little harder here.
Just be careful in where you're maneuvering, so it's just adjusting the area. Yeah. It seems like he's kind of, aside from that, it seems like he's running the same way. Yeah, he's definitely getting tougher, but, going away with this. Yeah, he's dead. We'll be right back.
Oh. Dang, give an old man a break, will you? I think I pulled something. You might not realize it, but someday you'll be old too. Enjoy your youth while you can, but develop your skills, because your speed won't last forever. Oh, what do you care? You're not even listening anyway, are you? Later.
Since that card key was so hard
Alright,
to
there you
get,
go. So, okay. So, I get that idea of this, which is that, hey, yeah, he's a bad guy, but also the idea that he does see something in Mega Man a little bit. Trying to, like, yeah, enjoy your youth while you have it, which is a fair point. And I guess then Mega Man, as ElecVerse was saying, is silently contemplating that.
Alright.
Alright, so this is where we're going. To activate the main system. Okay. Yeah, we're on. I'm on call with this.
Yep.
Actually, I guess in that case, when we do the practice, well, fine. When we do the practice next month, it's gonna be essential when you know there's voice cutscenes. As I said, per your quest and our deal, I'm not gonna play past where you play tonight, and then for every other part.
So this gauntlet that we went through before,
Yeah,
it's now even more of a gauntlet.
because
Well, the Miromiji in the first pit were replaced by the same things that were in that pit.
okay.
And now we have a moving shocky thing over
Oh
there.
shit! And you can even sort of kind of see that from a distance. Yeah, we got through that like nothing. I like the buzzing there, the noise of that. So now I like the sound direction, honestly, with that. Oh, this game itself. Yeah, more of those that need to die. Yeah, because they move very erratically, so I see what you're saying as far as what it is.
Yeah, I just hate the frogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can hear, like, from a distance, like, yeah, then you know, like, fine. That'll be the theme, I guess, is going to be Nocturne Frog Killer when it comes to this game. Okay, that was nice. I'll tell you, it'll be this is the preview to when we get to Rhapsody Musical Adventure. Yeah, Cornette, the main character in that game, hates frogs, or hates toads, I should say. So I was like, yeah, she got to take care of all. That looks different than the other ones. Okay, those are toads, because yeah, they went red. So, okay, fair enough to that.
Yeah, that one up there, I'm pretty sure I can't get that one.
Okay, so yeah, sometimes the Zenny can get stuck on the sides.
Actually, for that very reason, I actually strongly dislike, well, like, basically, this is a terrible place for grinding money.
What if you have the vacuum arm?
With the vacuum arm, it's okay.
I would say you get the stuff off of the sides with that, yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Wait, no. Focus on the frog, or just...
run out of the way.
The readings from that room are different from what they were before.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. Actually, until you mentioned it, I didn't know you were both in the same area again.
Yeah.
Oh, nice dive. Oh, it's electrified floor? And you move slower?
Yep.
Okay, I did not know that. Alright, I'm glad to see this, if nothing else. Because I didn't know this game had a status element to it. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, right, fitting, because, like, hey, this is a fitting time for us to do it. Yeah, the SomecallmeJohnny channel, he's playing through this entire franchise. He's done the plays or the review stuff of the Misadventures of Tron Bonne and Mega Man Legends 1. He's doing 2 eventually, before he moves back to Philadelphia. He was in Georgia for a while. He's moving back to Philadelphia. But yeah, I'll have those in the link list. I saw both of those. Those are actually interesting ones to look at as far as his overview of what they are. Because he's liking what he's played of these games so far. But he has brought up the idea that it seems like it's something where the game's kind of pulls a lot of stuff out at the end and doesn't want to really resolve it. Keep that in mind when we get to the end of this game. I will say that for sure. I know that for a fact. But having said that, he seems like, hey, I'm liking really going into these specifically. And that was my case too when I came to Legends 1 and then played the other ones because of you. Oh, shit.
I'm just going to
go in here. Actually, I like that acid look. It almost looks like he has like a body odor or something. Like, no, he can't. He's a robot. He's like, no.
Oh, right. This status makes it so I can't actually shoot.
Oh, okay. So in that case, I won't have to do an edit. Fine, I will do an edit saying that we'll see later what happens with this status. I guess you can't shoot your Buster, right? Can you use your special weapons if you were running them?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I like how they just kind of go down in like a blaze of flames that way, or smoke. Almost like they're a plane crashing or something.
Alright. More of these. Oh.
Are you able to kill those, you said? Yes or no?
I think I can.
I think you stunned it when you shot the one in the mouth when you opened it. But yeah, it is taking damage. I'm seeing that, so you're right. You should be able to. Protect the way out. Be careful. But yeah, see, it's funny. Your hatred of that is rubbing off me. Wait, did they jump up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I did not know they could do that. See, your hatred of the frogs is rubbing off on me. It's like, wait, as soon as I see them, like, oh shit, I don't want to deal with them. Yeah, fine. I'll have my fun when I do my off-screen play up to where we end tonight, and I'll have a report for you. In fact, I think that'll be the idea of this Nocturne, which is that after each part we come back for the next one, I'll then give you like a debriefing, like, what was my experience feeling what we just played through? I was like, oh, I like this, or I didn't. We're getting at least some money for our trouble. Yeah, a good amount, like 6,000. more of them, and yeah, we'll see what's gonna go on later on. Oh, fire frogs, or fire toads. These are giving a lot of health, so that helps, but still, I mean, it can be a problem, I see it. I was just kind of just waiting in the distance there, so, you know, I'm planning my way of how to kill you. You have to think it out. It's like, yeah, you're all alone. Let me figure, like, what is the best way to, you know, take you out with extreme prejudice.
And now I am shooting this guy to death in the back.
Alright. Which seems like that's the way you want to handle him anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, unless I have the lifter equipped.
Right.
Okay.
Going through the trenches. At least there's an item, unless it's an enemy box. Okay, no, it's not. It's a lot of money.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure treasure chests that are marked on the map are guaranteed to be treasures.
And I guess if they're not, then that would be your indication that maybe it's something that's not good. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, I can at least look back on the playback, because we had cases of that being seen anyway.
Nothing over there. Although
I was gonna say you're gonna map out the nothing there, right?
Yeah, I will map.
Okay. It's funny, when I saw that, my first thought was, hey, there's gonna be like a fake box there. And then I was, okay, fine, no, it's just nothing. Okay, actually, I had him good pattern there. Like, yeah, fine, just keep shooting. Eventually, it'll go down. And those, the blue diamonds, by the way, that is your weapon, your secondary weapon energy. Is that right?
Hmm?
Or your special weapon energy. The blue diamond popped out.
The blue diamond-shaped drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, those restore weapon energy.
Okay, because I'm seeing them much more in this one than I saw in.
This is going to
maybe
be.
Legends 1.
This is probably going to be a walker mimic.
Okay.
Called it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. So fine, that did prove what you're saying. They won't show on the map. Yeah, when you say mimic, I think back to Chrysler Building in Paris City when I got ourselves killed by one of those things. That was not pleasant. But then I was like, fine, I'll be ready for everything else. Although I guess since you said like stepping on the other floor is electricity, I'm gonna assume the floor is lava there. Am I right about that technically?
I'm pretty sure this is just electricity again.
Oh, okay.
But I am not taking any chances with those stupid frogs.
Yeah, and you already showed off the floor anyway. Fine, I'll probably just do it on my own time just to get a sense of it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother mapping out the rooms with the electrified floors.
Oh, that's part of the map. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, it said auto nav. What is that?
Auto nav?
If you go to that, it's not available. But what is that? You know?
I don't know. It might have something later on. I don't remember.
Okay.
But for now, what I want is the lifter.
Oh, let's get lifting. Actually, can you lift the boxes?
Well, I'm more concerned with dealing with those two guys right there, right now.
Okay.
The mimics in here, and there are two of them.
Okay.
Will only react, or are the ones that lob bombs at me.
Okay.
So, so they'll only react when I try to open them. The walker mimics will react when you get close to them.
Alright.
So, I am just going to,
Just pick him up and throw him. Fair enough to that. Feeling sleepy, so ElecVerse says, like, that's fine. He's like,
yeah,
we're gonna get, well, we only have about, fine, an hour left or a little more, is however you want to go. But he's like, we'll have the edit for sure as we go along, so you see the rest of it, so you won't miss anything. Thank you, by the way, ElecVerse, for jumping in and adding to a great discussion on this game. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to be calling it quits as soon as I'm done with the boss here anyway.
Okay, so yeah, alright, that's fine. As I say, because just to give you... Oh,
Oh,
okay.
wait. That is a walker.
Okay, maybe the other one is a bomb enemy? Oh, they both are.
Okay.
Alright, either way. Okay, which is fine, just to go into this, as I said. As long as you feel you need to play for it, that's fine. I always say 5 hours like a barometer just because of what that is, but wherever you think is good to stop, earlier or later, your choice, Nocturne, because you're the one running this.
Well, we're just about at the boss anyway, so...
Yeah, so I mean, and honestly, it's different since we were looking at the, you know, the demo of Mega Man Legends 2 on top of what we were looking at here. Yeah, I'll call it a night. He's like, yeah, it's like, good to see you, ElecVerse, for sure. Next week, just to give you a brief element to this, we'll get ready for our boss, is going to be the finale of Shadow Hearts. We have actually a little something special planned, or Crusader 64 does. He's actually going to show something off that I don't know what it is, as an extra, as we do the finale of that game. Looking forward to that, and also the other stuff we got, including Lunar, and Tekken 3 for you, which is going to be a Friday night on April 28th. Looking forward to that for sure, and thank you for stopping by and joining us for the start of Mega Man Legends 2. And at the end of the show, we'll go into when schedule is going to be on this. I think it might be the second month of May, or second week of May, I should say, but we'll get to that schedule. Alright, take care, ElecVerse, so good to see you.
Yeah, see ya.
Alright, so what are we doing as far as this?
No. Right this moment, I'm mapping.
Okay.
But the key is not where it's supposed to be.
What kept you so long? If you're looking for the key, I've got it right here. Just messing with you. I did get the key, but the Master Reaver bot ate it. I asked him real nice-like if he'd give it back to me, but he's not the friendly type, you know what I mean? You can have the key, if you can get it back from him. I mean, there's 3 more keys. Klaymoor will probably figure out a way to get them, so it's no skin off my nose. I better be going. See ya!
Alright, here we go. Also, no problem. Also, fuck killing boss lady. Good luck later. Alright, thank you, ElecVerse. Appreciate that. Alright, so yeah, this boss, talk to us. What is the deal? Just get open, shoot in the mouth.
I forget how to fight this boss.
Okay. Yes, maybe ElecVerse is talking about with this boss.
Oh, right. I don't have much left.
Okay. I think he's moving slow enough so being electrified doesn't really do much right now. And I think you found the way to handle him.
As long as he doesn't change his pattern. I'm basically dead now.
so close.
Like, that was working.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was inches away, my god. Yeah, I think maybe this is what ElecVerse is saying with this boss. Probably because of the status stuff, I would think. Although, for running electricity that way, it didn't seem like it was impeding you too horribly when you got up onto that platform with him.
It wasn't, but, I think I'm probably going to, run back to the sulfur bottom, refill the energy canteen, and then come back up here.
Okay. Sure. And I guess then at that point, after you beat that boss, then we end for the night. Is that what you're thinking? Okay, perfect. Okay, fine. I'm seeing what you're saying as well, because I guess it seems like... correct me if I'm wrong about this. When you go in rooms, it seems like... Because every time you go in a room in this game, like the first game, it's a...
Oh, shit.
Okay, you're mapping it out one way. Okay, because unlike the last game, where there's some doors you go in and it doesn't go into a cutscene like that, am I right in assuming that you get into cases with this game more when you go into a door, there's just enemies there and you end up hitting them without being able to avoid damage?
It's uncommon.
It's been happening a lot tonight, that's why I'm wondering.
Well, it's uncommon that they're in a position where you automatically hit them, or they hit you automatically as soon as you enter the door.
Okay. Yeah, I just was wondering, because I said I've seen this many more times, or maybe it's the idea of, hey, sometimes it's just happening because of something, you know?
Yeah, but it's bad in this dungeon.
Okay.
In these ruins.
Okay.
I don't particularly like these ruins.
I guess because what? It seems like they're kind of on a line, specifically as far as very linear.
I feel like there's a lot of cheap shots,
Yeah,
too.
like that. Yeah, so fine, there you go. That and the frog, so honestly, I think that, if anything else, if I understand this correctly, that seems like that's the problem. It's not necessarily the fact that, hey, the frogs are horrible on their own, just it seems like they're getting cheap hits on it, which I don't remember seeing happen to you nearly as much with the first one, or when I played the first one either. So I guess that goes to the idea of, the balance of like, where is one game fallen over another one.
Yeah, no...
You can just go down there. You can just go down there and live.
Yeah. Oh, I was just looking to see which side had this, so I could just jump down that side.
Alright.
Of course, when I come back, I have to go through the entire gauntlet again.
Actually, you don't have to open the door again. Fine, you don't have to do the card key stuff again, do you?
No. But I still have to go through the entire gauntlet of hallways.
Okay, so then maybe I take back what I said when I said you don't have to go too far. Looks like maybe in this case, yes, you do. Because remember, I'm basing everything I'm seeing now off of just what I'm seeing, because I've never played this game that far.
Yeah, this particular one can be a little bit painful.
The, what?
Just the Manda ruins.
Okay, gotcha.
The Manda ruins can definitely be kind of painful.
Okay, that's also why you like, what was the place you liked the most?
Nino.
Yeah, Nino Islands. Yeah, because I was like, ElecVerse mentioned that,
Also, the fact that you can lose Zenny by it getting stuck up on the slope.
Oh,
in
the
Manda ruins.
Okay, no, my thought was like when you're saying lose Zenny, it's like, wait, are you losing Zenny just from other stuff?
But I mean, you can have impossible Zenny on the screen.
Right. Which I don't think the first game. I don't remember seeing anything in the first game was like that.
It wasn't present in the first game didn't have that problem.
And Misadventures of Trombone won't have that problem anyway because it runs entirely differently, for the most part. But that's going to be mine to play specifically because you still want me to play that one, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted to take that one or not. I know this one you wanted, and Legends 1, of course. Oh wait, what are you doing? What's he doing here? Alright, so the scary person got him. Was like, okay, fine. He's probably on board, I guess, because Tron and Teasel were here. But I guess then he got left here, maybe, yes?
I'm not totally sure what's going on with that surf bot.
Okay. Alright, 600. And it's not much to refill it, so there's that too. Alright, so what is the plan for taking down the last of Bola's case? Well, fine. He left it there. It's like, yeah, you can beat him, you get it. So fine, it's not his, he just knows it's there. It's like, fine, it's up to you. He seems like, one thing I'm noticing in Bola that I find appealing, so I get what you and ElecVerse are saying, really liking him and Klaymoor. Bola seems to have this kind of, it's almost like a, I don't know if a surfer dude is the right way to put it, but just this idea of this kind of relaxed idea, almost kind of just enjoying the experience of what it is and thing like, yeah, almost seeing it a little bit of a game. And the idea that, you know what, he kind of is willing to reward Mega Man, honestly, on that. And I get maybe what ElecVerse is getting to, and we'll see this.
Yeah, like, I feel like in the grand scheme of things, Bola is more of a slightly chaotic neutral.
A little, I would say that. But I mean, also what ElecVerse is saying, I think I get where he's getting at, saying that, hey, why is Mega Man not speaking in the cutscenes to react to some of this stuff? Which makes sense, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's the thought that he doesn't know what to say, although, yeah, I mean, I like that that came up too, just as far as that discussion, because the question of, you know, he grew a lot as we saw in the first game, but in this case it's kind of weird to see him. He's not, okay, Mega Man is not the most chatty character in the game anyway, but still the idea that certain things that you'd expect him to react to in cutscenes and dialogue, he's not as much. I mean, fine, we saw the thing with Roll, or fine, that Tron did in regards to Roll and the wedge she put together, so that makes sense. But other stuff, the question of maybe more. Alright, something rubbery that bounces.
Actually, I can do this.
Okay, doing on the rapid attack and energy. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing left to upgrade to the first upgrade level is range. And while that is cheap, I don't need it.
Okay, and I didn't let you do anything special for this, right?
Yeah, no. Okay. There's no special.
Okay. Well, wait, is there? Because doesn't it usually grade out?
You can have your cursor select it, but if you'll look, the red bar underneath the green one doesn't is the same length as the green one, whereas when I go over to range.
Oh right, it gives you an extension. So fine, you know it's not that case if it just is not going to change. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for indicating that. 'Cause I know in the last game we had cases where there was like, hey, not everything had a special function, so that made sense. Alright, so where are we,
I forgot.
I'll put everything on.
There was...
Oh, helmet! So now we get to complete the look with Mega Man Volnut, or Mega Man Trigger. Oh wow, okay, actually that does look really nice.
Yeah, the helmet does actually look pretty good in this game.
I think like the stripe on the top of it, like the way they kind of color that, even more than the one in the first one. It does look sleek. Or I guess I'm thinking complete the look. I'm thinking the complete the look ads from Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So like, complete the look. Vice City's one-stop shop for people who know that underwear is worn on the outsides.
I completely forgot about this.
What's
so
that?
when moving around the map, you can press square to double your speed.
Okay. So yeah, get a turbo running on. Wow, you look trendy. Alright, so let's get taking care of this. Yeah, just go skate. He's like, yeah, that always is going to make things better in that leap. I just like that leap. Just the way that looks. It just looks so stylish and cool.
And it's well timed, too.
That's the other thing as well. It seems like, yeah, when you make that jump, it just looks like, hey, he's reacting that on point with when you make the jump. There goes the one thing I'll say about this game is that the animations in this, and same with Legends 1, but maybe more with this one, they add more, and it, even like him opening the door like that, and it just looks really nice.
But yeah, since Data is right before the boss,
yeah, we'll just wait.
Yeah, I'm just going to, I'm not going to use the energy canteen if I can avoid it at all.
Sure, because yeah, why not at that point? Ooh, nice, there you go. That's how you make the jumps over that. So that's how you avoid going into the pits.
This one
that case is probably too far.
Yeah, this one is too far.
Yeah, it's not gonna stop you from trying. Actually, yeah, it still worked out decently. You didn't even completely make the distance. Yeah, that one probably not. Probably don't want to do that unless you run into the. Although. Okay, fine. You got hit by that.
That's an okay hit.
I was gonna say that was probably better. Fine. That robot saved you from getting hit by that. So we'll thank him. He was nice.
Basically, that robot. That hit was an okay one. Like that was just a chip damage.
No, I get that.
That was just a bit of chip damage.
I was trying to think, while we're on the walk back, is there any character we've seen who I've not talked voice performer on? Gats, right?
Yeah, well, Geats is Geats and Gats.
Okay, fine. Well, I have Gatses. I guess they're the same person?
What?
I don't know if they're the same people or not. Fine, I have Gats's voice performer. It is John Cleland, who was Mr. Howard and Fire Chief Franklin on the animated series of Clifford the Big Red Dog, as well as Nick on the TV show Running with Violet. He was also in a movie, I'm pretty sure you never saw this, but I'll bring mention of this. He was this character, John, kind of small character in this movie called Death to Smoochie, which came out in 2002. It was directed by Danny DeVito, and it starred Robin Williams, Edward Norton, Catherine Keener, and Jon Stewart as this... he was a former TV children's host, and there's this wholesome guy who's kind of becoming a new thing. It's like a battle against them. It's not very good. In fact, it's bad. It's actually famous as far as like being Roger Ebert's worst film of that year, saying it's one of these movies where it's so so high-reaching and how bad it is that only extraordinarily talented people could have possibly made it. But I was like, I didn't even know that was the case. It's like, fine, there's always that element. It's like, if you're a fan of Death to Smoochie out there, I won't judge you necessarily. Actually, I met somebody who said, like, it's one of the best satires of Hollywood around. Like, I guess I can get where they're coming from, but yeah, it didn't do it for me. Especially given the people involved. You think it would be hilarious, but it unfortunately is not. And the electricity does wear off over time, looks like. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, all of the status effects do wear off.
Okay.
Wait, lock onto the one that I can actually hit, please? And not the one that's behind the wall?
That's the one thing I have noticed as far as the lock-on, is that you have to press in the R2 button again in order to change target. And I guess it goes to whatever target's right in front of you. I haven't necessarily seen it give me problems so far, but I didn't play this far into the game, so I don't know if it's something that, you know...
It can be an issue.
Fine, that's one idea as far as another one of these, which is targeted, or being able to switch targets.
Crap. Do not hit me with that, please.
You were gonna say something about, Okay, yeah, he fell down, so I was like, okay, that felt satisfying.
I'll take that. You were saying?
I guess I was asking because I knew you were saying about the walk on target. You're saying like, hey, there's some ideas that you were thinking would be better, or something you noticed as far as like how it can be off a little.
Like the lock on is usually fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there are some cases where it ends up really screwing you over because of how it works.
But you also said specifically, I think you said this also, I don't know if we talked about this tonight, that the lock on this way is better than how the auto lock works.
Yeah, like, the reason I say that, I'm pretty sure that the auto lock locks on in with exactly the same logic as the manual lock on.
Okay.
Except that it's automatic.
Okay, so it basically changes as you go along, so you probably want control on that. I guess it's not like the... Because I know in the first game, the shots of the Buster do lock on their own, just by their nature. So, I mean, it would be interesting if it ran that way, but apparently it doesn't.
Like, it would be fine if it just didn't lock on to stuff that's not in the line of sight.
Okay. So that makes sense. At least with this one, you control more.
Shit.
Yeah, good thing the fire toads drop so much health. Because like almost every time you're killing them, you're getting health off of them, at least a decent amount.
Almost. Give me health.
There you go. I like that. You're like basically touching them, but you're okay. So it's you're getting your revenge and even more health. Alright, so yeah, you're in good shape now.
The health is why I wanted to kill that thing.
Yeah, smart move.
Not because it was blocking the door, because I wanted its health.
No, yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's funny.
No, I get it, for sure. Yeah, you have to have your priorities straight. That's clearly the idea. When you're playing any game, really, it's always a question of what are you going to do and why. So, and because you know this game, you're like, hey, I'm low on health, I got to kill stuff. And one thing I'm liking about this game so far that I'm seeing is that you get more opportunities to get health, it seems, from enemy drops than you did last time. Shit.
This wouldn't be a problem if these weren't fire frogs.
But at least you're mapping out the floor, kind of, just by the very nature.
Honestly, under the current circumstances, I don't give a shit about mapping.
Also looks like you're going through the floor. Your feet are going through the floor.
I'm just saying, under the current circumstances, I don't give a shit about mapping.
That being said, you're almost at the end, so at that point you can just take care of them.
I'm actually going to duck back and forth through these doors.
Okay. Alright, I hope they give you some health. Although, well, fine, they gave you tons.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to reset that. Although I...
Yeah, data's right here.
I could have just gone right through, but I didn't want to take my chances.
Fair enough. Alright, so alright, we're ready to go on the boss here.
Save!
Alright, awesome. So I guess we're gonna get about 5 hours of this anyway, so hey, it works out. Is it doesn't matter as far as time, it's like it's whatever the person playing the game decides that they can handle.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, I should be able to get through the boss.
This is it, Mega Man. Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready this time.
I hope.
I don't know. I think we got some. I think you're in good shape.
The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
Actually, for the sake of mapping, I'm going to run around this room, then go back to data, save, and
then come back. No, I get that. So yeah, you don't have to do it again. Actually, here'd be a funny thing if they do the Mega Man Legends Legacy Collection. So MMLLC. It sounds like a company name, MMLLC. But anyway, they do that. How about achievement map out the entire game for this and the first one? That would be like going into an interesting case of it. Or I'm thinking like the Mega Man 10 achievement of oh god, what's that one? Mr. Perfect, where you have to go through the entire game without getting hit. But you go the entire game without getting hit. You basically do saves each way to kind of mitigate that. Alright, so yeah, let's pass this in. We're not muting it because we already heard it.
If you're looking for the key...
Since we already saw the cutscene.
Okay, so alright, what are we doing with this thing? Same deal as we did before. What's all this shooting out, again, going back to Majora's Mask. Shooting out fucking bubbles! So, like, yeah, he's shooting at his fucking bubbles and you're going the other way. And killing those things, which did give off health, I noticed, so at least you have options for what you want to do if you're dying. We're playing jump rope with the... fine, I'm thinking Resident Evil, again, Resident Evil 3, the liquor. But yeah, in that case, like, yeah, it's gonna be different that way. It wasn't that one.
And now I'm just getting chained to death.
Ow. Yeah, like, I'm seeing that happen more, I guess, with this, just because maybe the nature of how this game is operating.
I hate the bubbles. You would think that you could at least shoot the bubbles.
You can't?
Like... Okay, I guess that... But...
They get in the way enough that, yeah, you're focusing on other things, you're not going to be able to shoot in time, so you think. Also, yeah, it looks like there's distance on your cluster. Nice jump. What's up?
The game kind of froze for a
Oh,
moment.
it did?
Yeah.
Okay. You ever seen that happen before?
Nope.
Okay.
But I'm not actually terribly surprised.
Why's that?
Because of how Legends has been acting. I mean, because of how Legends 2 has been acting, really.
Hey, you don't think it's a problem with the disc, do you? Because if it is, we can buff it, so we can do that for the next part if you so desire.
So, I hate that flying Reaver bot because it constantly gets in my way. The bubbles move too fast.
I think this is what I like what you're talking about with this boss thing. We almost got him. Good job. We'll be right back. Alright, fine, we'll be back right now. I didn't know there was a cutscene. There you go, good job with the first key.
You did it, Mega Man!
Yeah, good job.
So that's one of the keys to the mother lode. 1 down, 3 to go. We've got a long ways to go, but I know we can do it.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I think we got a cutscene here too, maybe? Oh, no, we don't. Oh, you just came outside. Alright, fine, awesome.
I am going to just duck inside to say hi to Data.
Okay. And then I guess we're going to go back to the flutter, and wherever you want to end for this, feel free to go into that.
Yeah. I'm going to save in front of the flutter, I think.
Alright.
I'm getting pretty tired.
Yeah, and I guess, given everything you went through, you deserve a nice rest. Well played so far as how this has been for our first part of Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation, which I am glad we're getting to this and showing it off. As I said, when it comes to my play of off-screen, I basically will play to the end of this boss, so I'll know what you're doing, or since I always love to reference Sweating Bullets by Megadeth, someday I too will know your pain and Smile's black-toothed grin.
Also, one more jet skate jump.
Okay. Also, one other thing, also for the save, also save it to the other card, so that we'll have a backup. Or did you say you also wanted to have a second save on this card too?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing 3 saves right now.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that I was understanding what your plan was.
Whoops. I meant to do that in slot 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Pick any of them. Because I only have saves for Tekken 3, which we're playing at the end of the month, and Tekken 2, because I want to see if there's something I can show on Tekken... Oh, connected with Tekken 2 in Tekken 3, specifically for the theater mode. Alright.
But yeah, that should do it.
Alright, so that is part 1 of Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. We're going to come back to this each month until we finish it, or until she finishes it. Yeah, let's talk schedule on that. I told you off screen, I'm not going to be able to do the first weekend anymore. So, you have a choice of what weekend you want to do. The second weekend or the fourth weekend. And we can also talk with Proto over this, because basically what's going to happen is he's starting Lunar Silver Star Story complete for us in 2 weeks. She'll be on that part specifically, the first one at least. So, we're going to try and, I guess, coordinate what schedule's going to look like for that. To at least be every other week. I think between the plays that she's doing, or the play she's doing in this and that he's doing of Lunar, tentatively speaking. So right now you got first call as far as which of those weekends for May you want.
Let's see.
So it would be either May.
Either the 13th or the 27th then?
Yes, because I've been talking also, because next month's going to be all guests except the first week. I did sort of get a question. I told Chasm22, because he's going to be on the show as well for something, like, hey, I'm putting you in between both of them. Or both you and Protorova. So yeah, your pick on that. And then we can also discuss that in 2 weeks with Protorova, like, hey, one will work better for him, or you, or whatever. But tentatively speaking, if you want to put one now, yeah, feel free to do that.
I mean, as long as there's no issues on his end, I think the 13th would work fine for me.
Okay, and I guess then in that case it would be the 27th for him for the next part for Lunar. But I said that will be, I guess that's going to be what it's going to be tentatively going, is that we'll figure this as we go along as far as schedule over the next couple months as we play this and that. And everything else we got in our pipeline here. There's good stuff coming on, and thank you, Nocturne, for starting us off with another case of this and having great discussion, as we always do on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do too. I have a lot of fun when you're on the show, when you go into the games you play or know, and all of that. And yeah, we're going to keep that going. So, all right, let's talk about the schedule. This discussion alone will get us to 5 hours, I guarantee you that. Next week is going to be Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, April 15th. We're going to be finishing Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2. The Crusader 64 is coming back. We finished the game already. We have some stuff we're going to show off as far as extras. Specifically, the entirety of the Bestiary, which has another save file. the ultimate weapons for everybody, and the bad ending, which is canonical. We showed the good ending last time, which was with the good stuff going on with Yuri and Alice. If you haven't seen the Shadow Hearts part, that's a great play of that. It's a case of when you show me that game, it's like, I want to get this game. I think you would like Shadow Hearts quite a bit, but it does cost money. It's like $150, but it's still cheaper than this. We're pushing for a re-release of that too. We're pushing for re-releases of everything we can say when it costs a lot of money. So I'm looking at something like that. I'm looking at Guitar Man as well and saying like, these are awesome games. I'm glad I got exposed to them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great for there to be re-releases, or, like, at least basic ports.
Well, basic ports that aren't fucked up.
Oh, like...
Because that is happening a lot, unfortunately, recently.
That's basically what I mean.
No, right.
At least basic ports that are at least almost as good as what they're emulating.
Yeah, so basically we don't want to repeat a Final Fantasy 7, 9... Chrono Cross, Tales of Symphonia Remastered, whereas people said, I think correctly on that, why is it that every single version of that game gets worse each time? The PS2, the PS3, the PC, and now especially that new one, especially on the Switch. It runs like shit on everything but the Switch.
I mean, at least the PS2 version has extra content.
That's true, but then again, even then, it's like it doesn't run as well as it does on the GameCube.
Oh, I'm just saying, at least the PS2 version can come back with, hey, I have a bit of extra content.
And also, hey, it was at the time, and hey, it was like, fine, just a frame rate cut. It's not that, hey, it's because of the PS2's tech. It's not because of, hey, they didn't develop it right. That's true, but I mean, at this point, people are begging for that version, and actually, with Tales of Symphonia, just to go on that briefly, they basically been saying that every version of it that's come out since has been based on that PS2 version. I guess they lost the source code of the GameCube version. Namco's come out and made a public apology about this. They also put out a public poll that if you answer it and say, no, I didn't play it, you don't have anything else to say. And, like, yeah, that's going to help them a lot, especially because, like, that game is a mess. We're talking Silent Hill HD Collection levels on that. We're talking Sonic Colors Ultimate levels. It almost makes the Final Fantasy 9 one look fine. Comparatively speaking, it's a mess. So to fix that, so like question is, all this stuff, don't bring it back unless you do it well, at least as well. And sometimes it's a source code thing, but then again, we're seeing next week with the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection that's coming out. They're doing that one right. I know Capcom can do that right.
Yeah, and with the Battle Network Legacy Collection, they're going above and beyond to make it the best possible.
Yeah, and that's the thing, I guess, with Capcom. Capcom, honestly, has actually been really good when you think about it. You can say things about Capcom negative or positively, but you can also say that when it's come to how they handle their re-releases, man, they do a good job. Whether it's all these Mega Man collections, the Capcom Fighting Collection that came out last year, the Capcom Arcade Stadium, which has the Mega Man arcade fighting games in them, amongst other things, they're beautiful. They do them right. They know what they're doing.
Like, official releases of the Battle Network series have never included online net battling.
Right, so that is a big deal. For sure.
So the fact that I don't personally do a lot of PvP, but the fact that they have brought online PvP into Battle Network with the Legacy Collection when it releases next week is huge.
I mean, I think you and I are probably going to do that just to say, how does this operate? Because we're both getting on the same system. I don't remember if they're cross-playing that game. If, like, hey, if you have it on PS4, you play it on Switch or not. I think they might have said if they did or not. If they did and they have an answer, I'll edit below. But that being said, you're right. They clearly are going above and beyond. And because they have them on the Wii or had them on the Wii, you can't buy them anymore. But they didn't have the connectivity to them. And the price of some of those on the Game Boy Advance cost a lot of money, so...
like, I know 2 is expensive, 1 is expensive, I think 6 might be kind of expensive.
I mean, I don't know. 1 and 2 I know are the really expensive ones. 6 wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be last I checked, but maybe it's changed, for all I know, so fair point.
I don't know how expensive 3 is, but I wouldn't expect it to be any more than 6.
It wasn't that much, because I remember when I was doing my massive buyout for the Wii U and 3DS's shops before they closed them, I checked that one, was like, that didn't cost much.
Yeah, and 4 and 5 are generally not too bad.
Which is good, so like, hey, it's still a good value to get all those in a box for $60. Good night, all. I had a fun time watching it. It's a fun game. Yeah, and we're going to have more of this next month on... May, 13th. Okay. all right, so fine. Back to schedule on that. I mean, we're looking forward as far as the stuff like, hey, some of these re-releases do them well. We're happy when you do them well, and Capcom's done a great job. Right, next week, as I mentioned, is finale of Shadow Hearts. There's also going to be something extra that the Crusader 64 has up his sleeve. As far as I said, hey, we're finishing this game early. We're not running 5 hours. So I said, hey, if you want to demo something, whatever you want, anything that connect in with RetroTink 5X as far as how it is, do it. So it's like when you did Mega Man Wily Wars as a preview when we did Aladdin. So he's going to do the same thing. I don't know what it is. He's keeping me in complete surprise. So yeah, stay tuned next week. It's going to be a little bit of a surprise for all of you as well. He's keeping me in the dark, and I like that, but that'll be that end of it. Week after that, we are going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 22nd. Protorov is coming back. He's going to be starting Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation for us. Nocturne's going to be on that show as well, and I put in it last week for this. I will indicate it now. Blood Space Moon is going to be making her Super Roll Game Saturday debut on that program, seeing that great Japanese RPG developed by Game Arts. People made Elise Dragoon and Grandia and Sylphid. I don't think you've played Lunar before, have you?
I don't think I've even seen the game being played.
I think you're gonna like this one. It's one of those you're gonna like to see this. You're also gonna be begging for another modern re-release for sure, because there is one I have sort of the cheapest way as far as jumping through hoops to get it running on the PSP for $15. But that being said, it's a good one, and we'll go into that as he starts that for us at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that day. The week after that is going to be Friday's show. That's going to be April 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. ElecVerse was in chat, the star for sure on this one as well, as he always is, and as our best chat on Twitch, patent pending, always is the case of. But he wanted to see Tekken 3 for PlayStation. We're giving him Tekken 3. I have only one character left to unlock, Dr. Boskanovich. He is a pain in the ass to unlock. I got time to get him, but he's all I got left, and I'm looking forward to going through that as our first actual show for a fighting game dedicated. Interesting enough, because I had a showcase show a couple years ago, but nothing specific for one fighting game. We're going to go through all the modes, we're going to go through all the characters, show off, what is seen as one of the best fighting games on the PlayStation. And, which you're familiar with Tekken?
Not much.
Not much.
I mean, I know of the series and basically what it is, but I don't know much beyond that.
Okay. As we got a treat for you on that game, because that's a fun one, and he got me into it more. So he's like, I want to see it. I played it initially, thought like, hey, it seems like a little stiff, and I played it more and more. Like, I'm loving it more and more. So I get why he loves it. We're gonna play it for sure. The week after that's also gonna be Friday program. As I said, that's why I had to change our schedule. I'm also moving up our Memorial Day compilation program to Friday, May 5th. Oh no, May 5th, 6th? No, we're doing the 13th. No, so it's, it's May. Yeah, it's May 5th, sorry. So May 5th, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're doing our Memorial Day compilation program a couple weeks early. We're keeping the Namco goodness going because we're playing Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for Xbox 360. Is a 30-something collection of Namco arcade games. Big stuff like Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Galaxian, Mappy, Dig Dug, and even some other smaller stuff like Motos and Metrocross. And I get to go into the story, the legend that is the Tower of Duraga. I think I've mentioned the Tower of Duraga to you. Have I shown you that game, Nocturne?
I don't believe you have.
It is legendary. There are so many stories I have told about this game already. So many people I've shown this game to. It's not good, but man, there are a lot of stories. I was even involved in an argument actually with St. Aspartame, as well as Luffy Dan specifically. So like, one loves this game, the other one hates it. Can you be the tiebreaker, Captain D-Trax? Like, sure, let me pull this collection out. I'll play it for an hour. I was on St. Aspartame's side, saying like, yeah, I don't like this. But he's like, you were very nice giving that game an hour. But I've given the game more than an hour of my time. We're going to have that mixed in with the other games. It's going to be, as we always do for those kinds of shows, it's going to be a showcase of everything we've got in the collection. It's going to be a fun time for your Namco goodness. Week after that is going to be with Nocturne again for part 2 of this game. Week after that is going to be with Chasm22. He's coming into the show. He's been in the chat on stuff before. He's going to be coming in. We're going to be playing Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. I don't know if you're familiar with that game. It is from Treasure, who developed games like Dynamite Headdy and Gunstar Heroes and Mischief Makers. It's an expensive one. Unfortunately, he does have it on the Sega Saturn, so we're playing it that way, and I'm actually going to practice the Xbox 360 version which isn't exactly the same, but it is the cheapest way to play. It's like $10 on that. It's an interesting one. It's a beat 'em up of sorts with a multi-plane system, and that might take a couple parts because they're going to show off as much as we can with multiple paths. It is an interesting one. And then we get to expand our Saturn element. Because, I mean, when it talks about the people who are going to give me the hookup with Saturn, it's you and it's him, basically. Because he's got some stuff. In fact, he even has all the Mega Man games from Saturn himself. Like, hold on to these. These cost a lot of money. So, there you go.
Like, I don't exactly have a whole lot on Saturn, but I feel like I have like a couple gems.
I mean, no, I'm the same case. I don't have a whole lot on Saturn either, so the question of being able to get bigger collection of stuff, importing, which is definitely the case of that for sure, but it's like, we're getting our hookups, we're getting the games on Saturn that people want to see, then they have them, and they have an experience with it, and even as far as stuff I think we'll figure out at some point. I know Knights is one we want to do, amongst other things that are in that case over there, and stuff I own myself.
Yeah.
The stuff I'm going to pick up.
But yeah, like between Sonic Jam, Nights, including Christmas Nights, Panzer Dragoon 2.
Yeah, which is all yours when we get to Panzer Dragoon 2.
Like, I definitely feel like I've got a few good things in there.
Yeah, definitely some nice stuff you have. I got other stuff myself that we haven't shown off on the show yet, but we'll figure that as we go. A week after Guardian Heroes is the next part, I guess, feasibly. We'll figure this, just to confirm this in a couple weeks, of Lunar. And then we get into June where it's going to be fun. These two games, Lunar and Mega Man Legends 2. As far as other stuff, we'll see if we need another part of Guardian Heroes, we might. And then we'll talk with the medics to see if we can get Persody finished specifically. And then when we get to July, we'll have these games still running. And then I'm going to be doing Bomberman World on PlayStation on, let me think about this, 4th of July weekend. And then I still have some stuff I'm going to talk with other people. The Crusader 64 and Surrender Antonio, they're going to be coming in at some point for Super Mario Sunshine, which Bricks and Bree wanted to see, so we're going to go through that. I've got my fun going 120 shines on that game, for sure. It's a great game, but it's hard stuff. But I have Edwex's help potentially on backup if I need to phone a friend, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, basically. He said, you tell me you need help, I'll call me and I'll be able to help out, I'll come to your house, specifically. He's like, okay, fine. And then the other thing I know that we're trying to figure out still is, and I know Edwag needs to practice on this one, we're going to be starting Banjo-Kazooie at some point, because he loves that game, and he is going to be running that for the Xbox 360 specifically. So that's what we got on our lineup, and there's other stuff going down further into the year, like Contra Hardcore, which I'm going to do a preview show of at some point, as we mentioned, with Castlevania Rondo of Blood in October, and also a little bit of a surprise that's going to go up on the YouTube site this week, along with the play of this that we have for this part, and it actually goes to something we did last week. Nocturne's going to be involved in that as well. It's going to be a little bit of an off-screen record, so I'm going to leave you in a little bit of suspense for that. But yeah, check the YouTube site, so we'll have a little more, and at some point I'm going to figure this as you and I were talking, Nocturne. I got to come up with a compilation video of just the greatest, feats the guests have had on the show. And I know you've got a couple. The Crusader 64's got some. A lot of our guests have stuff for that. I'm going to come up with that at some point and have that as a nice little extra.
Yeah, don't forget to include yourself, too.
Yeah, I think Oyster Harbor for Blast Corps, that being one case. There's some stuff. I definitely will have that. There's going to be some nice stuff eventually. I'm just going to have to figure what that is. That'll come down the road eventually, though. But, yeah, we got some good stuff going on. As I mentioned, Super Bowl game Saturday, we got our foot on the gas pedal. We are not stopping. And anything you ever want to see chat or Nocturne, say the word, we make them happen. We aim to please, and we'll go through anything you want. Alright, with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you again, Nocturne, for playing Mega Man Legends 2 for us, and for joining us for the show once again. It's good to see you after a too long time, but
yeah.
Good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to be back on.
Alright, well, thank you so much to you and to everybody out there. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crusader 64 for the finale of Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything, and take care.
Good night.
Hey, everybody. We said bye-bye, but we are not quite done yet. I'm Captain D-Trag, as is, of course, the case.
And here's Nocturne Flam.
Yeah, we got one last thing. You want to explain what it is?
Yeah, I just forgot about a little bit of dialogue with Roll before you can go anywhere or do anything. So I can actually do some money grinding off stream.
Okay.
So we're just going to go in here and talk to Roll, and this is all that it is.
Alright, so you did it, Mega Man. Yeah, we did do it. Good job, by the way. On that last night, we are recording this actually the day after, so happy Easter, everybody.
Yep, happy Easter.
So yeah, we're about to go back to the sulfur bottom, as you mentioned, give Blucher the key that we were looking for.
Yep.
And you do have to go back to him, I guess, to find out where the next one is. Basically, as I think we talked about last night, is we're getting the keys, and every time we get one, we go back and say, where's our next destination? Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. But if you want to do anything whilst you're still here, well, you can go wherever you want, which is, I think, how she's going to handle this. And the next time when we come back to this on May 13th, we will go and talk to Booker for that one.
But yeah, so that dialogue only shows up once, the first time you talk to Roll after completing the ruins that we just completed.
Okay.
So, in order for me to go anywhere or access the development room, I have to talk to her.
Okay.
So, I wanted to get those lines recorded.
Alright, and fair enough to that, because as we mentioned, we go the full way on this show, and also when people are playing the game, especially with something like this, where there's a capability of being able to grind if they want to, they can do that for sure, for the purpose of the show, or however they want, because we got a lot of Zenny we got to get for this stuff.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, there is so much grinding in this game for money if you actually want to upgrade stuff.
And I think you do, yes?
Yes.
Alright, so that's going to be that idea. So yeah, that will be the end of our Mega Man Legends Part 1. We'll see you back on May 13th for Part 2. And we'll see you this week now, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for the finale of Shadow Hearts with Crusader 64. Till then, thank you for everything. Keep being awesome. See you next week.
See ya.